Well, hello and welcome to the stream. Let's go ahead and see what we can get into. We're going to do a little bit of this Art Bell, and we're going to be picking up on a little bit of some Linda Moulton Howe. This is the second interview of Stream 643.
That it really does not make that something that would be as highly classified and affecting national security as the original 1947 film should leak its way through a musician in England to the BBC on it and then be reported on a talk show and then bounced back to the Fox network in the United States. It was very odd. And especially, why would an alien body taken from a class be draped in a class? It would seem that the whole point would be to document what the body actually looks like. Well, anyway, it may be theatrics, it may be disinformation, or we may be at the first beginning of the crack in the history of this contact or intrusion of other non-human intelligence on our planet. I'm not lying. I reported last Sunday that a woman who had a very close friend who worked in the Central Intelligence Agency as an engineer said that in 1987 that agency was developing using alien technology that they had studied and recovered from crash disks. And they were trying to develop a technology that would make it possible to have aerial vehicles, planes or others, disappear or become invisible by affecting the cones and rods in the human eye. Well, after that report last week, I received a phone call from a family in Denver, Colorado. Their house is very near the edge of Stapleton Airport. And 1 year ago, on Friday, January 24th, 1994, the mother and her two teenage children, who had already seen helicopters that were large and black and hovering or going over their house, they had become aware of this sound, and they were used to running out to see what it was. Well, on this morning, Friday, January 24th, 1994, the mother and the two teenagers saw two large helicopters disappear right where they were standing in their front yard. And now I'd like to let you hear the eyewitness account of the mother and her son. All right, here it comes from Linda Howe in Philadelphia, Pennsylvania. The morning that this happened, we had been seeing her every Friday morning. And it would probably happen 2 weeks in a row that we had seen them. And we homeschooled our children, and we were sitting down doing school, and we heard helicopter sound. The sky was clear blue, but there was snow on the ground. So we went out, we had a sliding glass back door, and we went out. And still on the back porch, and we were searching the sky for the helicopter. And we saw one, and then in the distance, so that it appeared very small, like a fly, right? We thought there was another one. The two black helicopters coming towards you. Yeah. And we didn't know for sure that these was the black helicopter, but two black was close. We thought it was definitely black. It flew right over the house. And you and your children saw for watching it, the three of you watching. And when it flew over the house, what happened next? It disappeared. Okay, now tell me what you mean. We were watching it. It was going up. At the same time as I couldn't say it, I couldn't hear it. How I know the tree line, it was just not there. Okay, so were your eyes on it the whole time? Yes, the kids and I, we were standing out there, and I said, I could have blinked. Simultaneously saw the anything happens. Yes, go stop. Where did it go? Flying around, and it's making noise, and you won't see it. And then, in a microsecond, you don't hear anything or see anything. Right. Now, what about the second helicopter? Probably, I can tell you more about the second time. I was quite freaked out about it. Helicopter just disappearing. I really did not know where I Hello? What did you do? Daniel? Daniel, how old are you? 11. Have you ever seen anything like that before? No. Yeah, so Star Trek. Yeah, just on Star Trek. Now, did you turn around to look at the second helicopter? Yeah. What happened now? It's just taken by the first one. Okay, tell me you're looking at the second helicopter and tell me what's happening when you're watching it. And then I know, because this is a family in Denver right out in their yard who go out and see two large black helicopters simply leave out right in front of them. And what I think also is interesting is that they all screamed simultaneously. The loud sound would pop out immediately. And I wonder, question mark, is this military technology, or is this some sort of alien device in the sky? Yes. So right now, I appeal to our continuing dreamland audience that there's anybody out there who has any professional information or knowledge about this new technology, or essentially using invisibility in some way to camouflage what they vehicles in the sky by either affecting the colors and marks of the human eye, or, as one person suggested, deflecting photons so they do not reach the human eye. Also, this shutting off of the sound. I would really appreciate it if you would get in touch with me. We're going to have Dr. 598 in Huntington Valley, Pennsylvania. And the zip code is 19006. And maybe there's no place in the program you can also give that address again. Yes, you will have your question. My fax number is 215 4919840. And I think I should add, if there's anybody listening who has any information, true information about the possible veracity or other of this 1947 Roswell film, and you want to talk with me confidentially, please get in touch with me also. As always, that's what you and that's Linda Howe from Philadelphia, and that's a remarkable. That was really a remarkable report. And Brad Follows helped with this report for and he is on short the National Military Center against the other Russian. So we'll ask him about the report. We'll just ask him if he's seen or read anything like it. Thank you very much. I'm delighted to be here. I look forward to sharing some interesting information with our We're just about at the bottom of the hour. How long have you been doing it? I have been the director of the National Recruiting Center since late August of 1994. I can really bring you know about people who served in that capacity for 20 years. I've done it for 6 months now. I've only did it for 20 years. I take calls 24 hours a day, and I'm exhausted from that. I've been doing it for 20 years. Indeed, Art. And it was a remarkable job, probably the most exciting I've ever had. As a small company in Cook, Iowa, or St. Louis, Missouri, or Windsor, Florida, Norrington, Maine, and I've been about 3,000. Yeah, the last 6 months. All right, I'm going to talk about someone. That's our guest. My guest, and we're going to begin taking care of the virtual version at the beginning of the half hour, so we got straight shot. Now, DL telephone now to Peter Davenport. And Peter, I think the first thing I would like to get you to react to, if we could, is the House report, which I thought was astounding. Have you heard anything like that before? You know, it's very interesting that you asked that, because I have. Just about 2 weeks ago, I took a call from to report to me telling her something incredible that they had seen. They didn't even believe it themselves. They were driving
in Romulus, Michigan, which I believe is to the southwest of Detroit. It's very difficult for me to believe this, Art, but I've taken so many calls from seemingly credible people that I am beginning to think that probably most of these calls are accurate and true, sane and sober-minded people. These kids were driving down a street in Romulus, Michigan one night, and they saw a huge World War II bomber coming across a line of trees at various altitude, probably within a wingspan of the ground. And suddenly, they swear, I saw something on the telephone, it disappeared. It disappeared from where their very eyes. I don't know what to make of it, but in response to your questions, yes, I have heard that report and a few others like it. That's amazing. You're talking about a new technology that might somehow hold the rods as it were in your eyes. In fact, visual cancellation, very much the way others have canceled audio. Yeah. You think it's possible? I don't know. It's outside my field of expertise. I'm completely in the dark on that one, no pun intended. But as we get into some of the reports, and as I play some of the excerpts of the recorded conversations I've had over the last 6 months, I'll leave it up to our listeners to decide for themselves. Okay, you've been doing this a half year now. Are you going to be able to keep doing it, or? I am indeed. It is the most astonishing job I've ever had. We do two things, essentially, two principal functions here at the Center in Seattle. One, we collect data. We essentially provide a place for people who have seen UFOs or potential UFOs. We get to because we know from experience, the FAA, or what they try to call the FBI, or any government agency. Those agencies may pass them off to us, but they express no interest whatsoever in the people are completely in the dark. And it seems a shame. It makes me very suspicious why our federal government is not ostensibly not paying any attention to this phenomenon, because if I can collect the mound of data with one telephone line in 6 months that I am looking at before me, tape recorded calls, a thick stack of written reports from credible people, from police officers, from Air Force officers, from pilots, from the FAA, air traffic controllers. If I can do it with one telephone line, our government must know about this phenomenon. Well, that's a very good question, Dave. Do they come to you at all? In other words, since you are the reporting center and since they refer telephone calls to you, do they come to you at any point? They do. It's very interesting. I have to tip my hat, for example, to the real pros we have in the FAA. They've been a delight to work with. They've been very helpful. Almost invariably, when somebody calls them, if they know about us, and most FAA facilities, it turns out, do know about us, they will direct the party to us, and we will take the report. In that respect, they are very cooperative, and they are very professional. We've taken some very interesting telephone calls from military facilities across the United States. Even the military calls you? Even the military. Scott Air Force Base in Illinois, Malmstrom Air Force Base in Montana. Wow. Pease Air Force Base in New Hampshire. Air Force Recovery Coordination Center at Langley Air Force Base in Langley, Virginia. We've gotten a lot of calls from the military. They don't know what to do with them. They don't, ostensibly, they don't have, so there is no blue book, there is no military, or you can get these military, facilities, these military facilities will report to me, even if they don't have to be the case. I suspect that there are portions of our military, or perhaps intelligence, that are devoted to this issue, to pursuing data, to following up on sightings or incidents. We have a major sighting, by the way, out in McMinnville, Tennessee. That's about 60 miles to the southeast of Nashville. I took the call on Saturday night, the 7th of January, about 9:27 p.m. Seattle time. They had a major UFO sighting, the UFO flap over McMinnville. County Sheriff's Office apparently had taken dozens or hundreds of calls. And suddenly there was an immediate explosion. The magnitude of it I can't even describe over the phone, but it caused the airport manager of McMinnville Airport to immediately jump in an aircraft and take off to search the area looking for damage. I took an 8-page fax from the Tennessee Emergency Management Agency that night, or actually Sunday morning, the 8th of January, and I have discovered within the last 48 hours from yet another source that within a matter of hours, Warren County, Tennessee was crawling with federal agents that were attempting to prevail upon local officials to say nothing. Well, I would be uncomfortable recounting this incident if I did not have in my possession a detailed 8-page fact-checking message that I took Sunday morning in the wee hours of Sunday, just within hours after the explosion, documenting every aspect of that incident.
Tell us as much as you can.
Essentially what happened is a sighting occurred that, by the way, was very similar to one that we had taken from Mecosta County, Rodney, Michigan, on the 4th of January. 3 days later, we take the call from TEMA, Tennessee Emergency Management Agency, based in Nashville. They've been very helpful, by the way, and I hope I'm not violating a confidence, but after all, they are a public agency. They called, the officer in charge, the OIC, called me to report that they had experienced an incident in Warren County. They didn't know the nature of it exactly, but they apparently had called the Air Force Recovery Coordination Center, AFRCC, in Langley, Virginia, and they had asked, what do we do? We've had multiple, perhaps hundreds of UFO reports. The objects were seen descending vertically and slowly to the ground, at which point, when they disappeared from sight from all vantage points, there was an immense white flash and large chunks of blue burning material was thrown high into the sky. And TEMA was activated, the Warren County Sheriff's Office was activated, and as we were to learn over subsequent days from a private investigator and a number of UFO investigators out in the area, apparently federal employees from what department I don't know and my sources don't know. We have an interesting source out in that area that apparently is well connected and knows what's going on. I just received a call yesterday that some of the local UFO investigators in Tennessee were told, do not come into our county to investigate this one.
Really? Really? Is this anywhere near Murfreesboro, Tennessee?
I do not know. I don't have a map of Tennessee in front of me, Art.
All right, I would like to right now urge anybody in Tennessee, and we're being heard there, who has any information on this, to call us right now at 1-800-825-5033. Let me repeat that number if you're in Tennessee. 1-800-825-5033. Just wanted to get that in. Go right ahead.
I don't know what to make of this explosion, but the report of UFOs was very similar to what had been reported to us on the 4th of January. I think that was a Wednesday. I took a call from a young woman and her daughter out in Mecosta County, Michigan. This is near Big Rapids.
Well, isn't that great? I'm sorry, we just lost him, and now sometimes I guess you had a little of a conversation at that. So what we're going to have to do is try and get Lester down and both back on the line. I suspect that will be impossible. And right where you are, you're listening to Dreamlight. So what's going on here?
I don't either. It's not the first time I've had telephone difficulties.
Same here.
We'll be talking about that later. I've got a tape recording of some radio interference that I picked up over my telephone line on the 22nd of December, just a few days before Christmas. But let me go back to the sighting in Mecosta County, Michigan on the 4th of January, if I may, briefly, because it is, again, very similar to the report we took from McMinnville, Tennessee on the 7th, just 3 days later. In Michigan, I got a report from 2 people I have talked with before in mid-November, 16th of November on Wednesday. They called to report that they and many of their neighbors were looking at 12, by count, 12 objects that looked like the F-117 stealth fighter. Black, they were hovering motionless in the sky. The people were entranced by the image, by the sight that they were looking at. And moreover, Art, they reported that the objects appeared to be projecting down to the ground level, columns of light. Now, as incredible as this may sound to you and to our listeners tonight, I have it on tape. I have it. In fact, most of what I'm going to be talking about tonight, I have on tape and am able to back up what I talk about. All right, well, then go ahead. Let me start. Since we have some new listeners in Houston, I'd like to play about a 15 or 20 second account of what two airliner crews saw over Houston, Texas on the 31st of January. All right, go right. You ready? Yes. Here we go. Here we go. It's 37 hours on Monday, 31 January 95. I'm talking with Mark from the FAA in Houston. Two airliners, Northwest or Alexandria, Louisiana, approximately 60 miles. At 31,000 feet, and we reported starting unknown object fly above them with lights. There are two objects that were together, they split apart, and then they go back together. So really, what time did they report that? 5 minutes ago. That's a report I took on, I think it was Tuesday, the 31st of January. Just in summary, it was two airliners at 31,000 feet, ostensibly headed to Houston, that were reporting objects above the Earth that were doing unusual aerobatics.
That's very interesting. I remember Tulsi Towns at the third con, I'm sure you remember when they saw the object and finally at the end they said, do you want to report a UFO? And there was a big long pause and Tulsi, no, we don't want to report one of those things.
Absolutely.
So are they now reporting more frequently, or jets and pilots reporting more frequently when they encounter something?
They appear to me, I've taken calls from Navy jet fighters, a number of them, fighter pilots that is. I've taken a number of calls from commercial pilots all across the country, Orangeburg, Missouri, Omaha, Nebraska, Denver, Colorado. They appear to be much more willing than has been the case in the past to report to a centralized facility like ours the fact that they are seeing things that they cannot account for.
All right, Peter, very quickly, here's somebody in Tennessee. Where in Tennessee are you, please?
50 miles from
And did you happen to see anything on that evening map?
No, we never seen anything on the movie thing of it. This is all so special around here.
Yeah.
I think it's a little area out there, and that's probably what if people knew about it, probably get upset. You know, I'm of excitement. Well, I can't understand about these UFOs that are being detected. That's what we have to do.
Well, it's a good question. Thank you, ma'am. Why can't we apprehend them?
We can detect them, and I'm going to be talking about that a little later in the program. Within the last several weeks, I have come up with a system in conjunction with a local corporation up here in Seattle that will allow us to detect the presence of UFOs, we believe. We're very excited about the data. I just got a call from Mark Lodiger of the Center for UFO Studies just a couple days ago, and we're going to be pursuing this project in the very near future.
What method of detection would be used? Magnetic detection of some sort, or in other words, how do you do it?
Electromagnetic radiation. On Thursday before Martin Luther King weekend, I was sitting around saying to myself, you know, given all the hardware, all the satellites, all the detection systems we have on this planet today, there has to be at least one out there which inadvertently even is recording the presence of UFOs. I thought back to my experience in the venture capital industry about a decade ago up here in Seattle. One of the companies that caught our interest back then is a company up here in Kent, just south of Seattle, called Meteor Communications. Meteor builds radio telemetry systems which mounts low priority data off the ionized tails behind meteorites, about 60 or 70 miles up in the air, bounces a signal over the horizon to another receiver.
Right. It's called meteor scatter.
Meteor scatter, it's like a frog jumping from lily pad to lily pad, just one jump ahead of the pipe.
That's a good analogy.
It turns out I have been listening to countless people over the last 6 months tell me, and I'm going to play one of these tapes tonight, tell me that when these UFOs or these ships or craft or objects, whatever you want to call them, pass overhead, the one thing that people see quite often is a trail, a contrail. And equally often they report that often it is luminescent. That suggested to me that it is probably ionized gas or ionized particles of some variety behind the ship. And even though these craft that we were dealing with and getting reports about might be able to control their stealthiness, to coin a term,
Yes.
I reason further that they will not be able to control or disguise or hide the effects they apparently create on the atmosphere.
I'm sure you're quite correct. There's also something else going on. I'm out here, Mr. Davenport, very close to an area where they launch a lot of things, specifically from Vandenberg. And every time they launch from Vandenberg, we see a long trail, and they're easy to recognize because they're kind of like a corkscrew as they go up. And I don't know if they've been launching, but I've been seeing launches almost on a daily basis. And I would imagine they too would provide a bit of almost like meteor scatter.
Absolutely, sure. That's part of the reason that we lost communication with our re-entering capsule of astronauts back in the 60s and 70s. You remember when astronauts were coming back from space, there was a dead period when we couldn't communicate by radio with the astronauts. That is because the ionized gases around the capsule were sealing them off electromagnetic radiation or radio signals.
All right, I want you to hold it right there for a moment. We're going to do our count of the hour news, and we'll be back. Stay right there, and thank you very much. My guest. This is a pre-recorded agency broadcast program. You're living Greenland with our world. To participate in the program, call toll-free at 500-618-8295. 1-800-618-8295. First time callers, area code 702-727-1222. Or the wildcard line at 712-477-1295. This is the CBC Radio Network. Sunday evening, that means Greenland. My guest is Peter Davenport from the National UFO Reporting Center located in Seattle, Washington. And we're going to get phone calls here shortly. We've got a lot going on. We've got a number of other reports we're going to get to. And there's a lot to go on Greenland, so stay right where you are. Peter, are you there?
I'm here.
Good. Once again, here is somebody very briefly in the state of Tennessee. Hello there.
Well,
Hi, you're in Tennessee. What can you tell us?
I'm going to go to the street,
Right?
and I'm already an interesting deal. It was talking about my local newspaper. They're interviewing two people who were watching for trial and they are the operators from Ghana, and then they interviewed the news story to somebody and come from an airplane flying over here.
You know, I'm delighted by your call. Thank you very much for taking a grand stand on that. I just got a call this evening from a gentleman who had a very solid sighting together with 6 automobiles down here, Albuquerque, New Mexico on Friday night. He has already been approached by members of the federal government. I talked to him about 2 hours ago, and they're telling him to keep his mouth shut. Really? In fact, I have about a 60-second report from him that came into the center on Friday night. We can play it later on.
All right, listen, very quickly, your hotline is open right now, isn't it?
It is open right now. We have a staff member here together with me at the center.
All right, give the number out. So if they want to call right now, if they've got something, they can call you right now. What is the number?
The number here in Seattle is area code 206-722-3000. And if anybody near McMinnville, Tennessee has some information, we would be grateful for a call.
All right, that line is open right now. All right, fine. Peter, what's next?
Let me play a short, on the subject of telephone interference. Let me play a little 10-second excerpt from a call I took on the 22nd of December. I was talking to a woman over in Hamilton, Montana, early that morning. She and 14 other people had a disc, an object hovering in the night or the early morning sky. And they have been talking about the radio interference they had coming over their lives whenever this object was near them. Let me play the 10-second excerpt of what we heard. Here it comes. Again, the 22nd of December, and you may not be aware of it, but those same beats were heard over your radio station on the 8th of January when you had Stan Friedman on as a guest. Were you aware of that?
No, I was not.
A MUFON member, I'm a member of MUFON here in the state of Washington, applied me of that in late January, and just last weekend gave me a copy of that program. Again, with Stanton Friedman. And the same beats are coming over your program, whether that is a result of the telephone system or a result of radio interference, I don't know, but it is very interesting.
All right, Peter, do you have any reports from Hawaii? We've been getting a number of reports. As a matter of fact, I've got a little bit of video from a TV reporter in Honolulu regarding amber lights. I've been getting all these amber light reports lately. Anything there?
I'm delighted by the question, Art. I took my first call from Hawaii on the 10th of January. A very sane and serious-minded woman called me from Honolulu to report that two friends of hers on the 7th of January were out fishing off Diamond Head, and they were witness over the course of 30 minutes to a huge triangular-shaped ship that hovered close to their fishing boat in the early morning hours, about 5 a.m., off Diamond Head, Hawaii, for 30 minutes. I got a written report not too long ago, and it is fascinating what they drew. I have a thick stack of reports of these objects from all over the United States.
That's weird. I, of course, have had my own, I'm sure you've heard it if you're a listener to the show, but I've had my own sighting of a triangular object. It's the only thing I've ever seen, Peter, and it wasn't one of those things that you think you see. It was right above me. It was very real. It was very silent. It wasn't flying. It was floating, and it scared the you know what out of me.
Yes. I have had those triangles reported to the hotline probably from 30 or 40 states. Some of the reports are just breathtaking. And we now have a number of written reports from people. We traditionally ask for a written report as a follow-up to the telephone report. Some people have been excellent about it. They have included drawings. They've included drawings from their children who saw it also. And it can no longer be denied, Art, that people are seeing the most incredible craft in the atmosphere of the United States of America. And on that point, if I could for a moment, I think it is fitting on the eve of President's Day to send a message to the White House and to this now brave new Congress we have and say enough is enough. The lie has been continued for 50 some odd years. The time to square with the American people is now. And I think that if the White House or the Congress of the United States would like to send their designees to look at the mound of material that I have collected with one telephone line in 6 months, they will go back with a report to their bosses that it can no longer be denied. The question in my mind is, why is our government lying to us on this issue? That is equally interesting to me as the phenomenon itself, because we're getting reports now of police who are involved, allegedly, with UFO sightings, and yet after the fact, they refuse to talk about it. They refuse to admit. Some police have been very good. Shenandoah County, 1st, 2nd, and 3rd of November, I got call after call from the Sheriff's Department in Shenandoah County. At one time, they had 9 deputy sheriffs I guess this was another county. This is Prince George County, southeast of Richmond. They had 9 deputy sheriffs standing outside with binoculars looking at a ship. They estimated its width at 200 yards, hovering in the night sky. Wow. Shenandoah County, just days prior, we were getting calls almost nightly from Shenandoah. Libby, Montana Police Department, Leavenworth, the Washington State Patrol. Just last week, I got a call from the research branch of the California Highway Patrol in Sacramento. Very nice young woman down there called to request information from us. They apparently are trying to put together a plan in California for how they should report UFO sightings. But the law enforcement has been very cooperative. They've been very good. I took a call on the 7th of October from Landisville, New Jersey, straight south of Philadelphia. It's west of Ocean City. On the 3rd, 1 a.m., I happen to remember these times and dates, at 1 a.m. on Monday morning, the 3rd of October, 2 police officers from the Landisville Police Department were out on patrol in a Cruiser car. They saw 2 very bright lights, stunningly bright lights, apparently pointed at them to some degree. They were intrigued by that, and they thought it was an aircraft that was very low, perhaps in distress. Sure. They rolled down their window, at which point both lights went out, extinguished simultaneously, and the 2 officers were stunned to witness what they saw before them, not too far away, probably not more than a couple hundred yards away, a huge black dark ship hovering in the night sky. A few seconds later, it started drifting towards the north and the west, and they started their engine. They turned off their engine, and they heard a hum from it, as I recall the report. I have this on tape. They proceeded to follow it. At one point, they reported that they were doing 80 to 90 miles an hour along an interstate. Following the thing, they went for 2 miles at 90 miles an hour trying to catch up to it. That's what's going on. And I think it is altogether inappropriate for our elected officials to tell us that this is not going on. I will meet with them. I will meet with anyone to present my data, both the tape recorded conversations, the written reports, and I need to walk away from such a presentation saying that this phenomenon is not taking place. It is.
I haven't had any contact from the federal government at all.
A little bit. I talked to Peterson Air Force Base out in Colorado. Their information officer requested some information. They were interested to know what was going on. I've been contacted by NASA down in Texas, Johnson Space Center, but regrettably, the one person, PhD scientist I talked to, still was skeptic on it, wouldn't even address some of these issues. But other than that, very limited contact, other than, again, the FAA directing calls to us.
All right, let's go phone and take a few calls ourselves. Peter, are you up for that?
I am indeed.
All right, good. West of the Rockies, you're on here with Peter Davenport on Dreamland.
Hi, Peter. Good evening. I'm not going to call I'm saying, I was wondering, what is what's your opinion of the Gulf Breeze sightings? I have very little experience with Gulf Breeze. I've read a prodigious quantity of material on it. I find it very intriguing. The one thing I can say is that in September, I took a very interesting call from Rochester, Minnesota, a young guy who is an engineer out there. He lives on the northeastern corner of Rochester. In the early hours of the morning, and there's a point to this long rambling account, he heard what at first he thought was an 18-wheel truck coming down the highway towards his house, and then quickly realized that it was not a truck at all. It was something very unusual. He went outside, this was about 2 o'clock in the morning, and was treated to a most unearthly image. He described a ship that is identical. His description was identical to some of the pictures that we had taken from Gulf Breeze, to the extent of multi-tiered windows, several layers of windows, that all had different colors of light radiating from them. That is about all I can say on the Gulf Breeze issue. I know there are other very talented people pursuing this, investigating it, putting together, collecting data, but beyond that, I'm afraid I'm not really able to comment intelligently on it.
All right, and you're not looking back so much as you're looking at the present. In other words, getting reports from people and trying to figure out what's going on right now.
That is correct. And while on that point, one thing I would say, we are one telephone line at present. We're in the process of expanding, and we'll hopefully have somewhere between 4 and 10 lines in the very near future, resource permitting. But the one policy we have to enforce repeatedly is the telephone line is reserved for current sightings or sightings that are perhaps a day or two old. If they're older than that, we strongly prefer that people submit their reports in writing to address the owl.
Since you're dealing with what is occurring now, maybe you can tell us, are we in a current flurry of the UFO reports? I'm sure it's cyclical, you get a lot of reports, when fewer, then a lot, then fewer. What kind of cycle are we in right now?
Since about mid-December, I would say that we're having an inordinately great number of sighting reports. And John Kahn, who's the national treasurer for the Center for UFO Studies, a very nice gentleman with whom I had frequent conversations, he called me in late December to say, Peter, what in heaven's name is going on? So he is being swamped with calls out of Lima, Ohio, which is where he resides. And we're comparing notes, and we're just awestruck by not just the volume of calls. The volume of calls per se is not important, but the quality of calls is breathtaking. We're getting calls from people who are every bit as sane and sober and intelligent and eloquent as can be in this country. And these people are describing things that should not be there. We've had a call on the 16th of November. I took my first call from Mecosta County, Michigan. They had well over several hundred people stopped on the federal highway out there, actually Route 31, that goes north and south. In the afternoon sky, they had people standing on the side of the federal highway and interstate. And people with their gigantic triangle with his nose pointed up in the sky. And in the sky nearby, there was a little cloud of red things. Boiling like a willing nervous, they were just spinning around in a cloud. It was a 20-minute sighting. And when I asked people to estimate the size of the object, all of them said it was at least the size of a 747 airliner and perhaps larger than that.
All right, back to the phones. East of the Rockies, you're on the air. You're having more time.
Hi, this is Milky. I was in my Jeffrey Park, Illinois.
Yes.
First, I have a question for you, Brian, to get, what album is that we basically declared to be using as a design because I want to buy it?
We'll get that information on the air for you. It's called the old treasure.
Okay. And then I was wondering, it seems like there's one thing on Friday that they were talking about the Plato project. And I was wondering if you knew anything about what he was talking about on Friday. I'm afraid I don't know. I don't know much about Plato, and I'm really not able to comment very intelligently on it.
All right. Again, this program, everybody, is certainly current sighting information, or I suppose sightings that have occurred, rather than sort of a rehash of a program we may have done last week. And the Rockies, you're on the air with Peter Davenport.
Hi, Art. This is San Diego calling.
Yes, sir.
I've got a general question for you, guys.
Yes.
Considering that Albert Einstein he went to great lengths to show that the speed of light cannot be exceeded by anything with any significant mass.
Yes.
Where do you go? I'm not trying to be no, where are these UFO come from?
Well, many theories about that. Again, I doubt that it's something you want to comment on, Peter. How do they get here, in other words, from vast distances if they cannot exceed the speed of light?
You're correct in stating that I prefer not to comment because it's really out of my field. I'm a biologist, I'm a geneticist.
Hello,
This is Jack from Hi, Jack. And I would like to ask, Mr. Travis, so first with the since I got program, some Advent report sightings of a few years ago. Yes, and he's also wondering his opinion on subjects like fellow classrooms.
Oh, that's a good question, I suppose. All right, thank you. I'm sure you deal with it. I've had Phil Klaus on the program a number of times. Is there any comments on Phil and the company?
I had the pleasure of meeting Phil on the 5th of July, 1991 at the MUFON convention in Chicago. He's a wonderful man.
Yeah, real nice guy.
Very cheerful, very, very bright, very eloquent. And I happen to disagree with him diametrically opposed to many of his views. I just don't know why he is so implacable in his view on many of these issues.
Do you think he's useful aid for the government or working for them?
I have no idea and would prefer not to comment. It's very amusing some of his views in light of what is clearly concrete evidence now. And it does seem confusing to me that you would take such a hard position on the other side of the issue.
Right, thank you. Well, I think those are stressful comments to me then. We're going to break here. Peter Davenport is my guest. He is head of the National UFO Reporting Center located in Seattle, Washington. And I imagine their phone is ringing off the hook right now. We'll be back with more your calls and more feedback for a Sunday night. I'm Mark Bell. Stay right where you are. We continue with your goals on the land. Call our now toll-free at 1-800-618-8295. 1-800-618-8295. First-time callers are equal 727-727-1222. 727-727-1222. Line and area code 727-727-1295. 727-1295. In 702 area code. Now again, here's our bell. Now again, here I am. I want to remind everybody we have an east and west of the Rockies line. East of the Rockies, it's 1-800-825-5033. West of the Rockies, it's 1-800-618-8255. In a moment, Peter Davenport is back, and this is a fact for him to consider, all right? I'm spellbound by your program each Sunday evening. I look forward to each show. I have never seen a UFO, but I would like to very much ask your guests where I might, quote, hang out, end quote, hang out, to increase my chances. I live in Northern California, TC in Sacramento. There is somebody who wants to see a UFO, and in a moment we'll ask Peter whether he should be careful what he wishes for. Ever a fan of fire? Fine. You don't have to be rich to own gold, just smart. Now, back to Peter Davenport. Peter, you heard the facts I just read. Somebody in Sacramento who would like to connect with a UFO. I'm sure you get a lot of that. What do you tell people?
You do, and there's not much I can tell them, except to tell this gentleman that there have been a great many sightings down in his state since I've been on the hotline. It started on the 26th of August. Probably the 9th of September was the busiest day on the hotline, and I took 28 calls, most of them from California, from in fact, just north of Sacramento, in a 10-hour period between midnight and 10 a.m. Again, Friday the 9th of September. There's no way to predict where these ships are going to be seen. They're seen everywhere. Many of the people who call the hotline have seen them for the first time in their lives. They're just astonished. One of the hot spots, however, recently has been the state of Michigan. There was a severe sighting over Kalamazoo and Paw Paw, Michigan on Thursday night this past week. Thousands, perhaps tens of thousands of people must have seen the cluster of ships that went streaming east to west at between 11:12 and 11:15 p.m. local time Thursday night over Kalamazoo, Michigan. One of the observers was a former artillery officer in the U.S. Army. He was out sledding with a group of about 12 or 14 people. They were astonished. They were transfixed by what they saw. I got the call from the officer the next morning. Interestingly, I got another call that morning from Paw Paw, Michigan. A man and his wife were again transfixed by three objects that were making a terrible racket. Just about 11:15, just a matter of 2 or 3 minutes, 20 miles west of Kalamazoo, this man and woman were treated to a most incredible display. Those ships were not from our planet. It was really quite a stunning, quite emotional description of what he saw. We had a very interesting sighting up in northeastern Washington State.
Wait a minute, just before you leave Michigan, I have an audio tape. I think it was a year or maybe 2 years ago, of a series of Michigan sightings. And the interesting thing about the tape I have is that it's got the radar controller on the tape confirming and looking at his own radar screen and saying, oh my God, I see him. They're gigantic. I wonder if you know what I'm referring to.
I do indeed, and that was a sighting that occurred on Tuesday night, the 8th of March, 1994, over Holland, Michigan, which is right on the shore of Lake Michigan. And I have to compliment my predecessor on the hotline, again, the founder, Bob Gribble. It was he single-handedly who I believe was responsible for seeing to it that sighting, and it must have been seen, those objects must have been seen by thousands of people over the shore of Lake Michigan. He took one call from a very bright-sounding young man in Holland who said, do you know what we are looking at this moment over Holland, Michigan? Bob Dibble took the report. He quickly turned around and called the state directors for the Mutual UFO Network in Michigan to advise them that the sighting was in progress. Right. And Mrs. Coyne, who is the state director, or was the state director, I think she still is, had the presence of mind. She's a very sharp woman. Had the presence of mind to call, not the FAA. They don't have the equipment, apparently, that permits them to see these things. She called the National Weather Service that has discretionary radar all across the country for looking at the storm cells.
That's right. And they sat there saying, we see it, it's splitting now, it's splitting into 2 or 3 objects, and we got a running. Oh, it's about a 20-minute tape, and it's absolutely remarkable. Here's yet one more fact. Dear Mr. Owen, yes, I would say that you have an interesting show. I listen to Dreamland Weekly on WPHB Radio in Phillipsburg, Pennsylvania. A couple of questions. I'm currently reading a book by Raymond C. Fowler entitled Casebook of a UFO Investigator. In the book, Mr. Fowler tells of a spider web type of material found as discharge from some UFOs. Have you heard anything about this?
Yes, I have indeed. In a number of cases, it's called angel hair, or it has been called angel hair in the literature in the last 4 or 5 decades. I've had a number of people report this phenomenon. They think they see wisps of material in the sky that apparently evaporates or disappears through some process before it reaches ground level. Again, a number of reports of very solid-looking contrails that follow behind the ships that in some cases are seen streaking from horizon to horizon in 10 seconds, through 160 degrees over the head of the viewer in 10 seconds. I alluded earlier during the program to a call I took from Nebraska from a former or current U.S. Navy pilot who saw a gigantic triangle pass overhead. He said it went from horizon to horizon. He estimates in 6 seconds. It was huge.
Of course, the horizon to horizon time would be controlled to some degree by the altitude.
Yes. And he said it was at considerable altitude, even if it was at 1,000 feet, to go to that angle so fast. Suggests it must have been moving very rapidly.
Indeed. All right. East of the Rockies, you're on the air with Peter Davenport. Hello there. East of the Rockies, going once, going twice. Come on, west of the Rockies, you're on there with Peter Davenport. Hello there. Maybe I'm not pushing a button correctly. Maybe there's enough yes, we may have some interest here. Hold on a second. You're east of the Rockies. Let's see what's working out on the air with Peter Davenport. Okay, good. I want to be able to be there. All right, where are you? What's your dog camp? All right, go ahead. And I know what the UFOs are. What?
As far as the equipment, I understand that make sure that I'm sure that if you're on the news and find equipment, looking for anything and anyone that can hurt me. And the U.S. government and the citizens of the United States.
Well, that sounds a little, paranoid, and a lot of people are paranoid about black helicopters and about a lot of things that come and go in our skies that we can't identify. What do you say to that, Peter?
Well, I don't know. What the interaction between these ships and government may be, I have no idea at this point. Again, we're sort of out of my meeting on this one. We performed a very simple service here we're clearing out for information. We don't do that much analysis, although I spend a great deal of my time thinking on these matters, but I'd rather not conjecture.
Well, that's good. First time caller line, you're on the air with Peter Davenport. Again, wild card line, you're on the air with Peter Davenport. Hi. Yes, sir.
I'm feeling like opinion and focusing on UFOs have come up so many times about
More and more lately, yes.
it's just my experience. From all years now, 10, 20, 30 years, ordinary people now, we all get their cameras and take pictures of something. And we can get it off. And some people don't forget that the body has never seen UFO.
That's right. Well, we need, like some things to what the House been saying about it affecting the human eye.
Now, from now, over the years, many children have received additional care which they found on disability. They have been found electrical adjusted other things hospitals. Now the children need additional care and the Bible says all fear from their clients.
I don't know. There's no way Peter can answer that either. Lester Watkins, you're on the end of Peter Davenport. Hi.
Okay, Neil, that's Wally from Seattle. Hello, Wally. Question, to start out with your program earlier on the sightings and the neutron explosion. Yes. It's always difficult, I guess, to come up with the hard evidence of the saucers themselves or UFOs. Did they find any physical evidence or evidence of civilian events? Number two, did they ever identify, did anyone in law enforcement people ever identify who the law enforcement agency people were of the government? When they also like to find out about? That is an excellent question. I wish I had the answer to the question. As far as I know, I did not find material, although I got a call on Friday that allegedly somebody had been found who found some material in her yard that she thought might have been related to the explosion. One of the difficult things we face in this matter is that apparently the state and local officials have been prevailed upon by the federal agents or employees or whoever they are who have apparently brought pressure to bear against these people. At least that's my understanding from this distance in Seattle. And I'm getting very, very good information from some very capable investigators down there, both UFO investigators and others. But we don't have any hard evidence other than an 8-page fax. And that's one of the things, by the way, that I'm willing to provide to our listeners. They send a self-addressed stamped envelope with enough postage for about 4 or 5 ounces of material and a list of the things that they might like to have, some of the sighting reports, and I'm just touching a few of the reports. I have 14 pages.
Well, I'm telling you, you're going to have to be careful here. You're talking to a lot of people, and you may get more than you wish for.
So I understand that, Art. I feel a compulsion to communicate to my fellow citizens the true essence of the material that is coming into the hotline. It is just flabbergasting. If they're willing to write a check or a sample package, and they will send a self-addressed, stamped large 10 by 13 inch envelope, I will see to it that they get copies of the sighting reports, and if they want a copy of this McMinnville, the facts I received with regard to the McMinnville explosion, I will send them a copy of it.
Okay, give out the address, Peter.
It is P.O. Box 45623, University Station, and that's Seattle, Washington. The zip code is 98145.
Do it again.
P.O. Box 45623, University Station, Seattle, Washington. The zip code is 98145. Send it to my attention, the National UFO Reporting Center in Seattle. And enclose a check and a self-addressed stamped envelope, and I will stuff it full with interesting articles, citing reports.
Enclose a check for how much?
For $10.
$10.
And I'm on that subject. I am within a month of starting a newsletter, a monthly newsletter that will be nothing but 4 to 8 pages of descriptions of the reports that come into the hotline. It will be available very soon, and we also have a 30-minute video that was done just in December of this year, an interview with me. We just yesterday obtained the copyrights to it from the television studio that was involved in the production of it. $14.95. Send us a check and a couple dollars for mailing and postage or mailing and handling. And it's 30 minutes of an interview with me talking about many of the individual cases I've not had to touch on during this program. And one thing it includes is a number of shots of the written reports and the illustrations of ships that have been described to us over the hotline over the last 6 months. It's already stunning.
All right, very good. East of the Rockies, you're on the air with Peter Davenport. Hello.
Hi.
Hello.
My name is Nick.
Yes, Nick. Where are you?
I live in Raskin.
Oh, yes, okay.
I was wondering, what exactly do you do, Jake, Mr. Davenport? Peter's fine. I'm the most informal person I know. Okay. What do you do in government agents for you? I unfortunately have not had that experience. I don't anticipate it. Most of the federal people that I've had the pleasure of dealing with, FAA people, military people, have just been a study in discretion and professionalism. I think we're very lucky, for example, to have the FAA people we have. Nobody's confronted me. All right, do it for 6 months.
On our wildcard line, you're on the air with Peter Davenport. Hi.
Hi, Art. This is Tom Seattle.
Hello, Tom.
Hi, Peter. Hi, Tom. Seems like with the high degree of technology that we must be dealing with, that there might very well be a great deal of things militarily. There's a lot of potential enemies to gain advantage of it over us. Regarding what you said about it being time for the federal government to come clean about this, and yes, seems like the United States military, which has protected us for so long, might deserve more trust. And that's I don't know what to think of the military. You touch on a number of calls that I've taken since August, reporting to the hotline that witnesses see U.S. military jet fighters in pursuit of some of these objects. I took a stunning call in mid-October, I believe it was, from Farmington, Maine. We saw 4 UFOs coming from all 4 points of the compass and stopped instantly in a formation. Before 5 or 10 minutes had passed, they reported several jet fighters came into the area and started circling the formation of objects in the night sky, again over Farmington, Maine. I had a similar report from Cottonwood, California. It's about 160 miles up I-5 north of Sacramento in California. Again, we've taken a lot of calls from there. A young fellow called to report that he had a number of very, very strange objects performing very strange aerobatics in the night sky. And he reported that U.S. military aircraft came into the area, but they were A4 Skyhawks. That is almost an antique jet airplane today. And he had a very good look at them. He seemed to know aircraft very well. I used to serve as a flight instructor, so I know aircraft to some degree. And he described the A4 Skyhawk perfectly. Why in heaven's name our government or military would be using an A4 Skyhawk to pursue craft like these? That I agree with your statement, Tom. They must have astonishing flight capabilities. Why the military would be using those aircraft, I can't imagine. But Yeah, we've had a number of reports of military pursuing these things.
All right, east of the Rockies, you're on the air with Peter Davenport.
Yeah, I'd like to talk to you.
All right, where are you?
Let's talk to you.
Didn't you just call a little while ago?
Why you hung up?
I did, and it's one call per show. It's the rule west of the Rockies. You're on the air with Peter Davenport. Hi.
Hello, Peter, and to Rick who's with me in Seattle. Good evening. I'm just wondering what is wrong with the concept of state secrets when it comes to Air Force technology and feature design. Why do we have to report everything as a UFO if we know that they're Air Force stuff? I mean,
Well, of course, the answer is we don't know, do we, Peter?
no, we don't. And I seriously doubt whether our Air Force, our military, or any military on this planet has craft that they are willing to fly over civilian areas that are capable of hovering, that give off the most astonishingly bright lights. It just doesn't make an ounce of sense to me that if it is our military that is flying these aircraft, that they would be flying them in such a cavalier fashion over populated areas.
Hey, Peter, what if they came to you? What if the feds came to you and said, look, these are U.S. experimental aircraft. These are official state secrets. It's a matter of national security, Mr. Davenport. We want you to back off.
That's a good question, Art. I feel a very serious responsibility to my country, most of all to my fellow countrymen.
Would you back off?
I don't believe I would.
All right, Peter, wow, what an answer. We're right here for news at the top of the hour. You're listening to Dreamland from the High Desert. I'm Art Bell. We'll be right back. Peter Davenport. Peter, are you there?
I am here.
All right, a lot of calls for you, Peter. Let us begin with our new live station in Hawaii. Where are you calling from?
Hello there.
Oh, wait a minute. Let's try it now. Are you there?
Yes, I am.
Where are you?
I'm actually in Oahu, Tahiti.
Okay, very good.
Well, quite frankly, the question I had for the guest is, he was talking about how the government would hide something. Not saying it's are or are not, but what about the religious implications of this? It's not that I'm a religious fanatic, but just what would happen if the Christians or the Catholics or the Islams would realize that, they didn't all start with that and it was life outside.
Yes, it is a good question. The social implications of the realization that we are being visited, the religious implications, a lot of people, Peter, I know it's true because I talk to them, would go absolutely bonkers.
Yeah, I'm a little concerned by that, but I'm delighted by the question. Gentleman has put some thought into the question. One of the influences this job, this last 6 months has had on me is to evoke in me an enhanced interest in religious affairs. I believe, and this is now only an opinion, I believe that the phenomenon that I'm taking calls about almost every hour of the day cannot be separated from government affairs, social affairs, but most of all religious affairs. It has had a profound effect on me. And very interesting question. It's fun to muse on, but that is not my job to conjecture or to try to suggest people to change their lives in any particular way. My job is simply to, and I'm now dedicated to this, the job has taken me over the last 6 months. I feel that my responsibility to my fellow countrymen is to take these calls, exit the information through written reports as well, to filter it to a minimal degree, and to get it out to those Americans who would like to know what's going on. With regard to the preface to your question, I have no proof that our government is out deceiving us. But if they are, let me say that it is my objective to do an end run around them, the way Schwarzkopf went around the Iraqis, to see to it that those American citizens, my neighbors, if you will, who would like to know more about this phenomenon, have access to accurate, reliable information.
Good enough. East of the Rockies, your turn with Peter Davenport. Hi.
Yes, my name is Ronald. I'm calling from Albuquerque.
Yes, Ronald.
Would you please elaborate on what you mentioned earlier about the sighting that you had here on Friday evening, and I'll hang up and listen to you.
Who are you referring to?
To Peter, didn't you say? I did indeed. You heard me correctly. Would you like to hear a report I took from New Mexico on Friday night, 2 nights ago? It's about 54 seconds long. Would you like to hear it?
Colin? Oh, I guess Colin's already gone. I'd like to hear it.
So here we go. This is New Mexico. This is 7 o'clock last Friday night, about 50 hours ago. Hang on. Calling Albuquerque, New Mexico. The Flight Control Center for the Federal Aviation Administration at Albuquerque. Colorado, Albuquerque, that was 2 days ago.
And that was, again, a phosphorescent green trail, you said. All right.
Go ahead, Eric.
All right, fascinating. We're so short on time here, and there are so many people. Western Rockies, you're on Peter Davenport. Where are you calling from, please?
Honolulu.
All right, good.
Yeah, Peter, I got a question for you. Yes, sir. I work for the military. I'm in the Navy. I'm a cryptologist. I work with sensitive compartmented information and stuff. Yeah. I've been looking for years for evidence in the realms of classified areas and stuff for, a conspiracy or whatever that the government's trying to do. Yeah. Do you understand what I'm saying? Yes. I haven't been able to find any. I personally believe that they are hiding information or withholding information from us, but I can't find any evidence to prove that. And I have access to that kind of information. That's what is very frustrating. Well, Stan Friedman has dealt with this issue very, very well. The government clearly does have information in its possession that it is not sharing with its citizens. We pay their six-figure salaries, and they turn around and either give us some information or lie to us. And I, too, used to work in military intelligence. I used to be a Russian translator for the U.S. Army Security Agency in West Germany. I worked on the border. I had access to some interesting information. I never saw a trace of this subject whatsoever. I saw my first UFO over St. Louis Airport in the summer of 1954. It took me 36 years to see my next one. I'm not surprised that some people don't see them or don't see information about them. Mm-hmm. One more question for you, Peter. Yes, sir. I realize you're short on time. There's a couple of shows on Fox. Of course, there's the X-Files, and then there's the Encounters and Sightings. Yes. In your opinion, how credible or how much credit do you give, sightings and encounters for trying to put forth an objective story on the issue?
All right, that's a good question.
But I'm really not a fair judge. Some of their programs have been very, very interesting to me. The article about the blast over Tunguska in Siberia on the 30th of June, 1908, I've read about it for 26 years now. I have a friend from Seattle who was just there last July. On the last site, he discovered some very interesting things on that particular show that I believe was Sighting shows. I thought it was an excellent report.
There was another, Peter, on a similar show, it may have been Sightings, about the UFO that hovered above the Russian ICBM site and actually caused the ICBM to go into its launch sequence.
Yeah. We have here in the state of Washington, in our state chapter of MUFON, Mutual UFO Network, a gentleman who's a retired military officer from the U.S. Air Force. He tells a similar story about one or more ICBM silos out in Montana.
Oh my gosh. Did he say that they actually went into launch sequence?
I think I would rather let him tell his own story. I don't want to try to paraphrase his story. But suffice it to say that some very interesting things happened up in Montana. I believe it was Montana rather than North Dakota. This man is a very serious-minded man who also a great deal of responsibility at one point.
All right, east of the Rockies, you're on here with Peter Davenport. Where are you calling from, please?
I'm calling from Whitewater, Wisconsin.
Welcome to the program.
My name is Justin.
Yes.
Hello, Peter. All right, Justin. Well, as an ordinary citizen, I find out it to be a little scary. And I was wondering, I just admire you for being able to do what you do. Thank you. I wish I could do what you were doing. But it's hard work, Justin. It isn't scary because, you know, the average person hasn't seen any of this. Yeah. Yeah. Let me tell you a story. Since you're calling from Wisconsin, I'm pulling a file here for the 3rd of February, Friday morning, the 3rd of February at 6:06 a.m. I took a call from Maribel, Wisconsin. It's near Denmark, up in the northeast corner of Wisconsin. A woman called to describe an hour sighting they had over your wonderful state, and I have been to Wisconsin. It is beautiful. They were treated to an hour's display during the last 30 minutes of the display of bullet-shaped ships that had the most incredible flight characteristics she had ever seen, and this woman had never seen a UFO. The objects they alleged were being pursued by U.S. military jet fighter aircraft over the horizon. About 3 hours later, I took another call from Traverse City, Michigan, up in the northwestern corner of the southern portion of Michigan. That same night, while people in Wisconsin were watching these craft streak from horizon to horizon overhead, 4 children were out sledding on a hill not far from Traverse City. They came running back to their home, reporting to their mother that they had seen a saucer that had streaked in out of the night sky, hovered above them, and bathed them in a white light. They went running home, and I won't go into the fine details, but my suspicion, and I believe now the mother's realization and suspicion, is that there was some kind of interaction between that ship and those 4 children. The evidence is overwhelming. Just this afternoon, I talked with a gentleman from Traverse City, a very responsible man who had worked for NASA down at Cape Kennedy on the Saturn V, I presume. He described to me the object that he saw that very night. That evening, on the 2nd of February, Thursday night, he reported it to the local Air Force facility in Traverse City, and he called the Air Force Recovery Coordination Center at Langley, Virginia. They were the ones, Langley was the first one to call me about this series of sightings. So,
what do you say, again, on behalf of the last fellow who called, until I had my sighting, and that's recently in my life, and I'm almost half a century here, I thought that a lot of this myself was crazy, and that people like yourself and other people were crazy as loons, and so what do you have to say to people who, you know, they're just maybe listening to Dreamland for the first time, and they're going, oh my God, what is all this? These people have got to be nuts.
yeah. I was born in Missouri. That makes me a member of the Show Me State. I feel the same way. I don't, and moreover, I'm a scientist by academic training. I don't believe things unless I can see them, touch them, feel them, repeat them, and so on.
Right.
But I defy, again, anybody to look at the volume of data that I am looking at and say that there is nothing to it, that all of these are hoaxes, all of these are mistaken identity or something along those lines.
What percentage of them do you think are?
I believe probably a substantial percentage are twinkling stars, because I dread a clear night, because we are inundated between midnight and 6 with people who all just describe it in the southeast sky. It's red, blue, green, it's shifting back and forth. And I know the very star because I can go outside and look at it. I do not criticize these people. I, in February 1990, was down in Baja, California, and very badly humbled, very badly mistaken by Twinkling Star that caused me to invite everybody in the bar outside to look at the UFO hovering in the night sky. I was dead wrong, and it was a very good lesson for me. So I do not criticize these people, but we get a lot of mistaken identity. Some of these advertising lights with the 4 oscillating barrels on them give us some calls. There's a new type of laser-based advertising light that gives people a start now and again.
Because there was actually a program not long ago to launch space billboards. Do you recall that?
I do indeed.
Can you imagine if they got a billboard up there actually in orbit going around and around? Your job would become impossibly difficult.
I would not get any sleep at all. I sometimes think that movie, Sleepless in Seattle, was made for me. I took an interest in it. It gives rise to a very interesting call I took from Houston. A gentleman was claiming that there was something following our shuttle. He was really agitated. He was correct. It was our shuttle that was up in November that had a tethered satellite. He had very good vision, and he was exactly correct. There were two objects going overhead the night sky.
Now that is good vision. East of the Rockies, you're on the air with Peter Davenport. Hi.
Hi, my name is Pete. I live in St. Louis.
Yes, Pete.
Well, I was abducted a few weeks ago, and I was scared to tell anyone. Yes. I believe a lot of this was taking place, Pete. The calls that I get come in great numbers, relatively speaking. I am inclined to believe the stories from people who are telling stories like yours. The only thing I can say is that we have no evidence that people have been harmed or badly harmed. They've been scared, but not badly harmed. I was terrified.
All right, well, I'm sure you were. And a lot of people have been. I've talked to a lot of people that frankly were just, frozen with terror and have been abducted, and the abduction stories go on and on and on and on.
Yes.
What do you make of it?
I took a very interesting call. I was on radio down in Los Angeles for about a 20-minute interview. It was Tuesday, the 18th of October. I was on the phone for 10 hours that day with people calling me to tell me about their experiences. They had had abduction experiences. One gentleman had been hitchhiking from the Northwest down to Las Vegas in the summer of 1980. He and a buddy had gotten out of a van that was being driven carelessly. They decided to hitchhike or walk, and they ran into a couple of saucers in the Nevada desert. And the one gentleman who called me had not remembered a single glimmer of it until he heard my voice on the radio that morning. I think it's taking place. There was a very interesting abduction scenario in Santa Cruz, California on the 1st of August. A young woman, her husband, her son, up on a mountaintop just north of the optical telescope down there in the mountains above Santa Cruz. They were blinded by a flash of light in the dark night sky. It was a clear sky. They were standing out on a mountaintop on their way to their home. And the woman began to awaken during her telephone call with me, began to awaken to some of her memories. I have it on tape. It was a very touching, stirring telephone call. One of the things we are able to do, and one of the gratifications I get from this job, is we're able to help people who have been scared by these things, or more often, people who do not believe their own eyes. And I find it terribly rewarding to hear people report tremendous relief to know that somebody else in their area saw the same thing.
Of course. Your UFO reporting line is open right now, and you're willing to take calls from anywhere, correct?
We are, but I would like to comment on that, Art. We are one telephone line. We can be swamped very, very easily for the time being. I am in the process. One of my responsibilities to this center is to expand it vastly. We have to limit our telephone calls to current sightings only. We cannot take calls about the strange lights. Anthony Hannibal saw on Christmas of Lot 6 after his second glass of sherry.
Yeah, I'm sure you also can't take collect calls, but otherwise, go ahead and give out the number again, please.
The number for the National UFO Reporting Center in Seattle is area code 206-722-3000. We prefer calls during business hours. We prefer past sightings in written form to the address I gave out earlier and will give out again. But if you haven't had a current sighting, please give a call. We'd like to know about it. Sometimes we have to be very terse and laconic and brief, but please understand.
I do understand. Thank you. Stay right where you are, Peter. We'll be right back. Call now to free at 1-800-618-8295. 1-800-618-8295. Inside Collins area code 702-727-1222. 702-727-1222. Or the direct line at area code 702-727-1295. 727-1295. Use 702 area code. And again, here's our bill. Here I am. Please announce the call letters and frequency of the station in Houston. I'm Tony Terry Greenland. I was discussing your show with some people on America Online, and they're interested in listening. It's KTRH Radio in Houston. Begin carrying the program Houston time at 1 o'clock tomorrow morning. And I've got a very interesting fact here for Mr. Davenport in just a moment. And those you east of the Rockies, our number is 1-800-825-5033. Please inform Mr. Davenport that the A-4 Skyhawk jet was the last U.S. fighter aircraft that relied totally on physical, mechanical flight surface controls and was not susceptible to electronic interference, electromagnetic interference in surface control servos and motors. This is a good reason to use such planes in an environment where electromagnetic effects might be used against them by the UFO. Bill in Bremerton, what do you think?
You talking to me?
Yes, I am.
I like the comment. I have come to the same conclusion. The A-4 Skyhawk is known as the jet with 7 levers, and I have come to the same conclusion. I am delighted by this person's call because it serves to confirm a suspicion on my part. I suspect that because the A-4 flies through the use of steel cables as opposed to fly-by-wire mechanisms, that would be an excellent choice for a plane to pursue. Unfortunately, its flight characteristics are not very impressive. It's not a very fast aircraft. It is very maneuverable. That's why the Blue Angels flew it for years and years to great success. Thank you for that comment.
Certainly makes sense. It was a fact, by the way.
Yeah.
East of the Rockies, you're on the air with Peter Davenport. Hi.
Hi, Art.
Where are you calling from?
From Greenville, South Carolina. It's Steve.
Yes.
Good to talk to you again. Hello, Peter. Good evening. Well, my comment, my question is that it doesn't matter what you turn on the TV today, cartoons, regular programming, commercials for tacos. We're just inundated with images of, flying saucers. They're being portrayed in all in good, bad, just comical situations. I mean, everything. I've noticed the same. I like your observation. Oh, we mean conditions. Yes, Art, that's my question.
Okay, good. It's a good one.
Are we? I'm not a specialist in the field, but I think on the subject a great deal. We have a young fellow up here who's a member of MUFON, who's an outstanding artist. He's worked with a ledge of abductees. And some of the images that he has drawn, as described by the alleged abductees, are very similar to many of the characters on television. The gentleman who called clearly, he has his mind open and his eyes open. I have to compliment you. I agree with that observation. It has me wondering too. It's almost as if somebody is attempting to ready for something. And so that is sheer surmise on my part.
All right, well, I'm glad you're willing to do a little of that anyway. On the first time caller line, you're on the air with Peter Davenport. Hi.
Hi, this is Michael from Fishmark, Kansas.
Hi,
Michael. I have one question. I travel back and forth from here a couple of times every year. And is there any scenes from the European side? Do you have any reports for any concentrated sightings over in Europe?
Oh, that's a good question. We get all the reports here. What about elsewhere? Not just Europe, but the Orient, anywhere else?
We have got a few international sightings, several from South America. Regrettably, I've not been able to handle them as well as I would have liked because of my broken Spanish. We've taken some calls from South Africa. I was on Johannesburg radio following a major collapse down there. That is one of the very frustrating things about this job is that these events are taking place, but we don't yet have an infrastructure that collects all of them and disseminates them to those people who are interested.
Well, let me make a suggestion, Peter. Do you yet have an internet address?
No, it's one of the things that to do in the very near future as we expand. To put it simply, Art, what I want to do, what I am dedicated to, is receiving these reports in over the telephone and through the mail, processing them and making them available in semi-raw form. We strip out names, addresses, and phone numbers, of course, to guarantee anonymity. That has been a 20-year policy of the center, and we've adhered to it very successfully and plan to continue the same. But we soon, within a month or two, I hope to have this information on the internet.
It'd be a good way to get written reports worldwide.
Absolutely. And if we get the resource to expand this line, and I'll be talking about that shortly, we hope to be on the internet. We hope to have possibly a 1-900 fax arrangement such that people can get the latest data on UFO reports. We hope to even have shortwave, and we will be wired for sound, if you will.
All right.
We can, if anybody sees a UFO, they'll know where to call, and if they want UFO information themselves, know where to call.
Good enough. Wildcard line, you're on the air with Peter Davenport. Hi.
Hello.
Hello.
Good evening. My name is Larry. I'm calling from Bradford, California.
Yes, Larry.
I've been a UFO enthusiast for many years, and I just wanted to let people know that there are publications. One comes from Sedona, called the Sedona Journal of Emergence, and they report on Tom Dongo down there, who is a researcher and he's constantly scanning the night skies, and the journal reports a lot of this, and that course the information in the journal is channeled information, in order to see the right things to challenge the entities reporting that information. Also, there's a publication out there now called the Galactic Galactic Human, which offers an awful lot of insight into the phenomenon that we're being exposed to, and also introducing us to the idea that for the 12th of this year, it's very massive.
All right, well, we've heard that from a number of other people. There are massive numbers of publications out there. Are there any that you particularly prefer, Peter?
I've always liked the Flying Saucer Review. I don't know if it's still published. I'm a member of the Mutual UFO Network, so I get the UFO Journal. UFO Magazine, I'm grateful to them. They just carried a short article about us. There are a lot of good publications, but what I prefer to read is the older books out of the 30s, 40s, and 50s, and some of the old newspaper articles. I've got about half a dozen very interesting newspaper articles that go back 100 years. Phenomenon has not changed in the 20th century from what has been in the past, in my opinion. But there are a great many good publications. KUFOS, I forgot to mention that, an excellent organization. I just got a call from Mark Ryder, who's the head of it. He and I are going to be in touch here soon. They have an excellent publication, very factual. Their organization is excellent. MUFON has some good ones too. I recommend people look into becoming members of MUFON, which is based in Texas.
All right, here's a good question for you. With all of these increasing numbers of sightings, with all of the media attention, is there some sort of critical mass point, do you suppose, where there'll be a general realization that all of this actually is going on? A critical mass.
You know, that's another good question. Some people are sending us a good question. I am confused by the press.
That's my question.
One phenomenon I have observed over the last 6 months is that members of local press are fascinated with this in many cases, most cases. They love to cover it. They're calling me all the time. Members of the downtown press, the people who need hairspray to report the news, they can't be less interested in the subject. It is a fascinating phenomenon. I don't understand it. It's happened on a number of occasions. We try to get some good, hard-nosed, factual information into the big-time press, and they just yawn and turn the other way. I don't understand it.
All right, east of the Rockies, you're on there with Peter Davenport. Hi.
Hi, this is Jerry from Michigan.
Yes, Jerry. Where in Michigan are you?
Lansing.
Lansing, all right.
I wanted to ask you if you had ever heard of any cases that maybe prove that these ships were coming from underground civilization.
Oh, yes, and we've had a number of reports of underground activity near Mount Shasta as well.
Yeah, I heard a gentleman call into your show on Thursday night at 11:34 with his question about Mount Shasta. But let me go back to the caller's question. Very good question. I have taken some very mysterious calls alleging that UFOs have been seen to sink into the ground. We had a case out here in Slovenia. A woman called me to report that. There have been a lot of cases. The Monterey, California Public Library has a folder on the strange sounds that are coming out of the Monterey Bay. And I just got a report recently that the same thing is happening in Loma Linda. Whether those peculiar sounds, grating, heavy equipment type sounds, heard by scuba divers in the bay, and whether those sounds have anything to do with UFO phenomena, I don't know. But the question is intriguing. I wish I had a better answer for the caller.
All right. We don't have a lot of time, so let's keep moving. West of the Rockies, you're on there with Big Davenport. Hi.
Yes, my question is, why were you chosen to do this work for the?
All right, it is a good one. Were you chosen? Were you appointed? How did you get this job?
I was not appointed. I approached Bob Gribble when he decided that it was time to slowly get out of the field of UFO research, and to my great amazement and great pleasure, he said, Peter, take it over. And if I had known what I was going to do to my life by taking responsibility for this hotline and this center, I might have reconsidered at that point. When I took it over in August of '94, I was expecting 1, 2, or 3 calls per week. I'm taking 1, 2, or 3 dozen calls per day. That is what it has done to me. And that's part of the reason I'm compelled to expand the hotline. We hope to do it through a newsletter. That's one of the things I would like to announce tonight before we break our. That's one of the reasons we have to expand the center, because I feel like a 12-volt system that has to carry 220 volts now. We have been able to do it by dint of hard work and dedication, as well as donations by some very generous people up here who have seen the merits of the hotline, who have been willing to chip in $5, $10, $100 to see to it that our phone bill gets met and that we can keep doing it. But why I was chosen, divine intervention or not, I don't know. Going back to a comment earlier, this whole last 6 months on the hotline has evoked in me a tremendous interest in religion. It happens to be Christianity in my case, although I have a profound respect for all religions. But I don't know why I was chosen to do this, but it is a job that I rise to, a challenge that I rise to. I feel imbued with a special responsibility to my fellow Americans that I always have. I think that's the most direct answer to the question.
Okay, so how can they help?
Well, I'm going to, within the next month, going to start a monthly newsletter, which I announced earlier. If people would like to send a check for $50 to the National UFO Reporting Center in Seattle, that will give them the last 6 months of very informal sighting reports that I've prepared principally for MUFON meetings up here in Seattle. We have a monthly meeting in the state of Washington in MUFON. It will give them a year's subscription to our newsletter, which again will start in the next month. We have some software engineers giving me a great deal of help in getting this going. The contribution will also get you about a half a dozen very interesting newspaper articles, also extracts from Christopher Columbus's logs in 1492. I got them from the University of Washington. I have excerpts. I invite people to read Christopher Columbus's logs from his first voyage in August of 1492. And
You believe that he was guided to the new land by an object, don't you?
I don't know, but I invite people to read what he himself had to write about what they saw over the Atlantic 503 years ago and make up their own minds. And he talks about a huge amount of water. Their compasses were seen to swing 120 degrees inexplicably. Any pilot, ship or aviation, knows that the magnetic compass is your most reliable instrument. They saw a star rise in the west and set to the east one night. That's the wrong direction for a star to fly. And there were no satellites 500 years ago. I have a very interesting article from 1893, the Tacoma Ledger. For those people who'd like to dig it out themselves, July 3rd, 1893, the Tacoma Washington Ledger. It is about an 800 or 1,000-page article about a group of fishermen who went out fishing, and they ran into what they called the electric monster. It made their watches stop. It could shoot out blue water that knocked them unconscious, and it submerged in Puget Sound, and they could see the light as it swam off. $50, I'll send you those articles. You'll have a subscription to the UFO monthly newsletter, and we will acknowledge those people who contribute $50 or more as founding members for the expansion of the National UFO Hotline. I expect to be here in 20 years from now, doing this job, getting this information out to.
Well, in that case, you'll have a chance to be a guest here many more times.
I look forward to it.
West of the Rockies, with almost no time, you're on the air with Peter Davenport. Hi.
Hello. Hello, Mark.
Yes,
How are you doing?
I'm okay, sir.
And good evening to your guest, Uncle Peter, from Washington.
Yes, good evening.
And, hey, one thing I haven't heard of, though, in a long time, is I don't know before my interview with UFO stories, I always heard stuff about men in black. And I don't hear that sort of thing associated with UFO stories anymore. It's a little bit
All right, good question. Men in Black, I remember that. Are you getting any more about it?
We don't know who the men in black are. Are they U.S. government agents? Are they aliens? I don't know. There's a body of literature I'm very general to. And that's one of the subjects we may be talking about in the seminar that's coming up in Seattle on the 5th of March at Seattle Center. That's Sunday, the 5th of March. If they have any questions or they'd like to come and hear some more tape recordings or calls, they can call in Seattle 726-3935. We'll talk about Men in Black and other subjects as well.
Well, okay, Peter, I guess that's going to about do it. Do you have any final words for everybody out there who are seeing, people who are seeing these things? What do you say?
I say they should believe their eyes. Most of all, they should record accurately, factually, document what they're seeing, get friends, family members to see them. Most of all, get them on film, a video camera. If people have camcorders, make sure the batteries are charged, make sure there's film in them or handy, and be ready to film these things. Photographic evidence is very difficult to dispute. And most of all, give us a call if you see something. And if people would like to submit past reports going back decades even, write them down on one side or one sheet of paper, typed as preferable, so we can scan it into a computer automatically. We're going to start building a database. It's one of the things computers allow us to do. And in closing, Art, I think I'd like to express my gratitude most of all to you for your opportunity that you allowed me. Most of all to those men and women who have called the hotline. We estimate that fewer than 1 in 100 people who see a UFO will call anybody, I'm sure. To the wonderfully professional people in our government, the FAA, law enforcement people, for their cooperation. They have been wonderful.
All right, Peter, that's going to have to do it. We're out of time.
Yes, it's going to be on his mind tonight. And before we get to the really scary news, you know, 1 minute, I thought I would go over with you a few of these sketches that I have received. Since last time, actually what I think I would do is open all of my lines to any of the following. I used to try to restrict one line, you know, but I found out, I don't know, if some place off the people want to call, I was never doing on any line at all. I can't stop that, nothing I can do about it. So, all lines. So here's what I get. I asked Ramona earlier today, my wife came to me and said, here's the one. Somebody's suggesting the all dead line. Those who are dead and well intend to stay that way. So I guess we could have an all dead line. But, you know, thinking it really through, why, if they're really dead and intend to stay that way, then they're probably not going to reach out for me to try to let us all know that they're dead and happy about it and want to stay there. Nevertheless, there are many.
Lindsay, hello, Art. I was thinking of that elevator to space story that you talked about the other night. Actually, it's on the website. You imagine that an elevator to space. And anyway, he goes on, maybe some of your audience have crazy inventions of their own they want to share with the rest of the world. I can nearly already hear you saying on the invention line you're on the air. So, anybody with an invention tonight and inventor's line, that's a good idea. And then here's one saying people who have microchips behind their ear. I found mine last night. It's a singular wireless customer who sent that. Unnamed otherwise. And then, of course, this would go along with it. Art, how about an alien implant victim hotline? So, sure, I will absolutely talk to anybody out there who has an alien implant or any other implant. By the way, the doctor I did 2 interviews with, Great Britain, is now in Arizona, I understand. Or from Jim in St. Louis, Art, I think we ought to do the Area 51 line for a Friday's program. You know, it's been way too long since we heard from the non-existent base just over the hill from you. Oh, Area 51 callers are always welcome, of course. Many of them live right here in my little town. Cool. But I think the winner, from my point of view, and I can be wrong about this, but I think the winner is certain combination of the next two from Jace. Hi, Art. Given the recent and sudden increase in people having dreams/feelings about some undefined nature of pending event, I think it might be rather interesting to dedicate a line tonight to people visiting from the future, perhaps. They can tell us what's coming. I was thinking of suggesting a line dedicated to shadow people, but I understand the shadow phone company provides really a shoddy service. Looking forward to those lines. Jesse. Or this, which kind of goes along with it, right? With everything seemingly going to hell in a handbasket in the world right now. How about opening up the line to the following categories? A, anytime travelers who have information about the outcome of the world based on current events, you know, the Middle East, Afghanistan, and so forth, weather changes, earthquakes, melting ice caps, and what have you. Any extraterrestrials who are here for the purpose of aiding and assisting during this time of change on Earth, what can they tell us about the present course we're on and the outcome? Well, these two things would be very appropriate and timely. That's Carol in Mesa, Arizona, listening to KFYI. So, let me put these back together. Anybody with information for me in any of those categories is going to be welcome to call tonight on any line which you can make it through on. Now, the really scary news. I said I thought it was a poor idea for Secretary Powell to go to the Middle East right now. And this day's events would seem to verify that. He's already called off his Saturday meeting with Arafat after the yet another suicide bomber. Literally right before his eyes. The meeting they say might be rescheduled for Sunday. Powell expects a clear denunciation of terrorism and of the new bombing. Meanwhile, Powell failed to persuade Israeli Prime Minister Ariel Sharon to provide a timetable for withdrawing Israeli troops from Palestine cities and towns. Well, what a surprise, huh? You almost have to wait until the fighting ceases, or the parties cease the fight before you try. I suppose Powell is being commended for trying, but it was doomed to failure, and sometimes something doomed to failure is better not to, or is better put off until it's a brighter day, you know, for whatever they're going to try. In Venezuela, during the program last night, the government was overthrown. That was some breaking news we had, along with yet another big earthquake, 5.8, 5.6, 5.8 in Kabul, near Kabul, Afghanistan. Indeed, Venezuelan government has been changed overnight. Venezuelan business person Pedro Carmona was sworn in Friday to replace former leftist President Hugo Chavez, whose combative rule was ended by Army commanders, after a rather bloody repression of a huge street protest of Carmona's appointment, was immediately challenged by Venezuela's Attorney General as unconstitutional. In fact, several other Latin American nations, including Argentina, Paraguay, condemned Chavez's ouster. Carmona said that he would hold legislative and presidential elections within a year. That's what they always promise when they get in, you know, when the military guys take over and you get your new whoever it's going to be. Presumably the military having a big part in the decision of who it's going to be, and they always say, well, we'll have elections within a year. Usually they don't. Military courts now could sentence some criminals to life in prison without parole, and in fact forbid witnesses from talking to reporters under changes to the manual for courts martial issued by the White House on Friday. Wow. The changes also spell out for the first time rules for prosecuting military members for adultery. So they're downgrading it. The way the rules say, the adultery must either damage military order and discipline or hurt the military's reputation. Well, damage their reputation. So in other words, like it gets in the papers, you're screwed, right? That's what it sounds like. If you fool around, it doesn't get out, or we keep it in-house as it were. Maybe it won't be a lot, but it gets in the papers, and if they deal, then you're out of here. I got a very, very interesting email from a young gal named Lisa, and I won't give her last name because I want to pursue her getting her on the air. She's been making inquiries into chemtrails, and she says, yesterday I received a phone call from an FAA representative concerning a previous inquiry made by me regarding the incessant flyovers of jets above my home, spraying chemicals in the skies in my city every day. This female representative was very rude and hostile to me, and basically snarled in response to my question. I was going to express my concern about the chemtrail activity, which, by the way, has been spoken about by air traffic controllers at major airports all across the U.S., and this FAA representative told me this. She said, quote, chemtrails are a military operation. Ask the military about that, end quote. I've tried to get her to address my concerns regarding the weird flight patterns that I'm seeing and photographing of my home, but she was increasingly rude and unpleasant, so I asked for her name or her supervisor's name and contact info. She promptly hung up on me. So that's Lisa in State College, Pennsylvania. At least you want to get hold of me with your phone number. I kind of like to get that on record by getting it on the air. Tell us the rest. Well, guess what, folks? We've got a brand new underwater city. Yet another underwater city. Any ideas where this is? Off the coast of India. How about that? Divers at the site that north part of the site of an ancient underwater city that's been discovered off the coast of southeastern India. Divers from India and England made the discovery based on the statements of local fishermen and the old Indian legend of the seven pagodas. The ruins, which are off the coast of the town I can't pronounce, Mahadalipuram. I have a little tour of them. Cover many square miles, and they seem to prove that a major city once stood there. A further expedition to the region is now being arranged, which will take place at the beginning of 2003. Discovery made on April 1st by a team of divers from the Indian National Institute of Oceanography, the scientific exploration based in Dorset. Expedition leader said our divers were presented with a series of structures that clearly showed man-made attributes. Bear in mind the date of discovery. Well, we had I guess I better do a break and come back and do the rest of this. Stay right where you are. Okay, onward. We were talking about the seasons. You know, the weather changed last night, and this is typical of what I've been getting. Hey, first time emailing you, and I thought I'd tell you about the climate in Minnesota here. If there was one thing that I would believe about last night's show, it's the shortening of fall and spring. Like we started off the year with next to no snow, which is in itself amazing for Minnesota. We usually have blizzards by October. It wasn't fall at all either. Temperatures were very high. Fall just didn't happen. A couple days before Christmas, and winter happened as usual. It looked like winter had ended at a normal time, and still it snowed 9 inches in 24 hours at the beginning of April. The really amazing thing about this, though, was that, for example, today, I couldn't even wear a coat. I was getting that kind of heat buildup in my car, as I usually only have in the summer here. In fact, I drove all the way home with my window down. A lot of people are saying that. And then I've got this complaint from a gas station attendant. You're going to like it. Aren't I work at an interstate exit gas station with high prices? Yeah, you're right. You know, those ones that are right at the very first one you can hit when you're coming off of the interstate. You know, they always know, hey, we're first, and they're going to grab us. Price the devil, right? Anyway, let me start again. I work at an interstate gas station with high prices. Every so often, a customer will get real angry and threaten to call the gasoline police. Are these people bleeding through from a parallel universe? They really believe that the government controls the oil companies? When I tell them the oil companies control the government, they get really angry. These people are Americans. They also get angry if I laugh at them or question their sanity and or their emotional stability. In fact, they seem to be normal, angry Americans, except for their belief in the gasoline police. The gasoline police. I have word that, according to one of my emailers who saw Ripley, believe it or not, there are now, I'm told, 2 men who apparently took off in lawn chairs, perhaps inspired by what they heard on the show, who knows, in balloons, and set a new record in lawn chairs of 18,000 feet. They landed safely. So, I don't know anything about this other than this report. 2 more men in lawn chairs with lawn chair rides. Interesting. A French court convicted a mother of 2 premeditated armed violence after she tried out her new tear gas canister on an innocent shopper just to see if it worked. That police on Friday. Disguised in dark glasses and a hat, the unnamed 35-year-old sprayed a woman shopper who just returned to a car in a supermarket, a car parking lot, unimpressed by the defendant's plea that she merely wanted to try out the device. The court in the northeast town of Severn gave her a 4-month suspended sentence. Police said that during questioning, the woman said she was disappointed with her purchase because the person she had sprayed had been able to thrash about and scare her by shouting at her. She thought that this person disabled entirely, and by the way, I'm this category of disabled entirely. This story I am going to follow up by getting a man on the air. I would like to talk to this man. The headline is, Man Shoots Off Brain Tumor. The subheadline is, amazingly, the act to end one's life ultimately saved it. Do not try this at home, folks. Steve Huey, who is suffering from an inoperable and fatal brain tumor. Doctors had given him only 2 months to live, so Huey decided to end it all rather than face the pain. He wrote a suicide note, placed his gun to his head, and shot. Later, friends found him on the floor in a pool of blood. They called the ambulance, and within hours, Huey was up and walking around. His sense of humor was amazing. But even more amazing, his luck, said the doctor. The chances of him shooting out his brain tumor are 254 million to 1. The bullet missed all of the vital parts of the brain and only shot out the tumor. They're serious about shooting it out, they got it. Friends of the family have urged Huey to put his luck to good use and buy lots of lottery tickets. A close friend said, "Lord, I tell him every day, go buy a lottery ticket and go bet on a horse." But he just won't do it. Sometimes he can be so stubborn. Doctors are cautioning other terminal patients, do not try what Huey did. They said there's no way that they can help themselves. They will harm themselves severely. Huey is currently writing a book and planning a national book signing tour. Also in the works, a movie and sitcom based on story. Well, I'm a very lucky guy, and I plan to turn this miracle into some serious cash. Said Huey in an exclusive interview. An auction is also in the works that will sell the guns, the hospital bill, and in fact the tumor itself. Any collector would look for his own tumor and should be willing to spend lots of money for it, added Huey. I don't know if I believe this or not. This supposedly came from one of his friends, and what we're going to do is we're going to follow up on this story, just to see if it could possibly be true. I mean, imagine this. You've got a brain tumor, you get the bad news, 2 months, bud, you're out of here. You're depressed, you go home, you put a gun to your head, and you don't touch a single pink part of the brain. You simply dead on aim, and it goes right through, blows the tumor right out of your head. You have incredibly, in a situation which would be inoperable anyway, you're a tumor. That's the kind of guy I've just got to get on the air. So anyway, at the beginning, I'll touch on all of the gasoline. I'll touch on all of these again, but any of those subjects, I think, are going to be fair game throughout the night. It's one night, it's just for the two of us, huh? So, if any of those things get your brain cooking, get your heart sizzling, and your mouth wanting to move, you know my number, and if you don't, they'll be recited for you coming up very shortly. Open lines all night long. This is Coast to Coast. First-time callers may reach our at 1-775-727-1222 or use the Vital Drive line at 1-775-727-1225. To reach our full free answer line, call your AT&T operator and have the dial 800-893-0903. This is Coast to Coast AM with Art Bell on the Premier Radio Network. Hey, guess what, folks? I heard from Richard Steve Oakland earlier today. We have new photographs of the Saizonia region of Mars. That's right, new photographs of the face and the surrounding area on Mars from NASA. And so, yes, Richard C. Hogan, along with a lot of other things, will be giving us his evaluation of the new photos and what they mean. That's coming up Tuesday. You're not going to want to miss it. Now, we've got a lot of special lines going on tonight. We'll sort of go over them one more time. But really, it's open lines. So anything you want to talk about all night long is absolutely fair game. Anyway, it has been suggested that we have the all dead lines, those who are dead and intend to stay that way. I don't think they were called, though. You know, if they're going to have to stay that way, then they're probably not. But you must admit, it would be interesting getting a call from the other side. I mean, it is well said. The spirits on the other side can use things like the internet, telephones, electronic devices, particularly those subject to electromagnetic activity. So, you know, that is usually it. Then other suggestions were inventors, anybody who's got a microchip implanted in their ear or their brain. I'll take either one. Then I think the winner here is this category with everything seemingly going to hell in a handbasket. In the world right now, how about opening up lines to the following categories? Any time travelers who have information about the outcome of the world based on current events, the Middle East, Afghanistan, or weather changes, earthquakes, melting ice caps. Good idea. Any time travelers out there who can tell us where all of this is headed, welcome. Any ET out there for the purpose of aiding and assisting during this time of change on Earth. What can they tell us about the present course we're on and the outcome? So anybody in any of those categories is welcome to call on any line. Any of the numbers we just gave out. With that in mind, we watch. Wildcard line, you are on the air. Good evening. Hello, Lord. Hello, sir. This is Ricardo from San Francisco. Yes. And I want to wish you a well-earned 2 days or 3 days off today, and I hope you're back and feeling good. Yeah, it was 2, and it's much better. It was a real shockerino anyway, but it was okay. Well, I wanted to think about something that you had a caller a couple of days ago, or yesterday, that had to do with weather across the south, the names of San Francisco. And there was an underlying principle for your earthly speaking that is of non-earthly origin. And they do carry a soul from the original paper. You're saying that in San Francisco there is a subculture of beings who are not of earthly origin. Oh, worldwide. At this point, the veil is being lifted. And I think Sean should bring that up to you one day. Sean David Morgan, this thing that I did not hear him bring up about the Pope and the comet and so forth. I've been dreaming these things. And for years, I've been playing things on radio, on my own radio show in San Francisco for last 2 years until I got back into the Anchorage Ultra, which I talked to you about in 1999. So there's 3 things during that time period that brought me up to decide to start revolving around the dream and putting it out that there is a very metaphysical plane that is a spiritual being. And they work on an essence of getting information through the dream state, through outside interference from magnetic fields, through dimensional fields, and through assistance from what most people think is the angelic form. And people who've
how about drugs?
Brett, that is not involvement necessary to a strategic set of states. But the conflict unity is all that's involved here is to remember such a system, in my case, I'm not drug related, I'm not drinking alcohol, I follow path is
Are you planning to be one of these things?
I don't claim anything other than the fact of my existence here. I started when I was 12 years old with a book which was something up there by Dale Woods in 1968.
I'll ask you straight out, are you one of these beings?
I can't imagine,
Good answer.
I would say that I'm involved in it.
Well, you like a great witness in front of the Senate. We have reference. So you are telling me, that's a yes, right?
You told me about the things that have been working for unity of this nuclear madness that we're revolving around, and it's time the people who wear the veil start coming out.
And that's what you're doing?
EPs in America, and EPs worldwide.
You are one of these people.
I'm bringing it up to you, and that's one that.
All right. It's as far as I'm going to get, whatever I get. But I think that was a yes. Either that or he was working for them. Or they thought we'd be for working stuff. I mean, how do we know what they want without planning that all? Oh, sure. They say things about the Enlightenment. And listening to what the ETs are channeling from somebody or other and all the rest of it. But, maybe they want our real estate. These are on the air. Hello. Hello.
How are you?
I'm Steve.
I was wanting to talk about the Olympics.
Which you mean the one that they suspect may be off Cuba?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I am kind of into it and looking into it, and what was the experience that it came down before us, by people, and I started on this planet after the outrage or something, I'm not really sure what the time period was, and then the civilization, and now they're coming back to check on us. And then when I was looking back at to see what that was underneath there.
Well, but again, as soon as they can, they're dropping cameras and doing research and trying to figure out what it is they're not down there and so on.
Now, what is the new one? What was the name of it?
So there's something else that's supposed to be in here. I mean, they're finding lost cities, sunken cities, that's about to the isolation and beyond. All over the place. All of a sudden, and it's like fishermen and others have known about these things for a long time. It's just that somehow archaeologists are just now getting around to actually investigating. Isn't it weird?
Yeah, that is real weird.
So we may not be the first, there may have been others that came before us now, whether they were on this planet. Bring it on this planet, or so who knows? Maybe we'll know when we get there. What's the Rockies are all here for one.
How you doing there, Art?
I'm doing.
Oh, man, I can fully sympathize with you. Your back has had the same problem for so many years, and it drives me crazy. I had someone want to run by you. In other words, with the upcoming columnist, are you in the room, right?
Oh, yes, the claimed 8-week pregnancy in the United Arab Emirates.
Yeah, it's you in there, you said?
Is going to be the forward of a very rich child, which is a common doctor, who has clinical illness in yes.
Yeah, I was wondering, I was going to get your opinion on this. I was thinking, the plan of the shift, the plan and all that stuff, if that could possibly be the Antichrist prophecy, because I always thought maybe why would God curse someone with actually being the parent of the Antichrist,
If it's some of the some.
Yeah, exactly. And the one guy figures to find out because if there's a constellation, what's that guy that came through in the 2004? The name was Jamal. That was their Antichrist figure. So it's funny. They knew Jamal. We'll find out. That was Antichrist.
One of the resolutions, let's see what yourself funny, is the Antichrist where this from. And another one, Steve Peter is not from God's hand, but from plan systems or from, Arrowhead collective.
Exactly, and it's like, yeah, that's the only way I think it comes out, from man and science anyway. I don't know.
negotiations, I'm sure we'll take you after that. That's one of the first quote to be the discussion was from Constitution Outcomes. The president made several recent statements that really got my point. We definitely should not be playing in this country. And I might tend to agree with that. I'm not, I don't think I'm, and they're going to make monsters. I don't know if this story in the MRC is real or not, but certainly the entire factory is very well known and we expected that before why in this area. So when we're starting to take the story of some communities, that's what's actually a trick on the world. First time caller line, on the air. Hello.
I'm wondering if you could help me with something.
Davis to get some.
My husband was out in the toilet in the country, really unusual looking box.
You were flying through it, you were following what? Where's the phone? Oh.
He's got the tire. And he's gone and he's brought him home and there's a lava or a towel and they're very heavy. So I thought this was easier.
Wow.
And I said, well, use my contact or, yeah.
That's a good question.
I thought you could take your person in there.
How big are the rocks?
One of them's 2 pounds, one's 11 pounds, and then it's 12 pounds.
Why don't you begin by taking a photograph of it and sending a photograph to me so I can see it on the website? And that's the best thing I can do. Mark Bell at markbell.com. Or Mark Bell at mark.com. Mark, try my phone first. My mailbox is good. All right, thank you. We'll proceed from there. Somebody will look at these. Whoever they are, they'll be able to tell us, I'm sure that they are. So you want to see if we get close up on them, I suppose. Get a close up of one and then get all of them. Wildcat. Wildcat line? Oh, yeah. Oh, yes, turn your radio off. I was 62 years old. And I had when I was a young teenager, I read a book by a schoolman that I like to tell you about. Everything Confession. Sure. This was written by, I believe the name was written something like White Hunter. It was a gal who was spies in Africa. And he claimed that he was theology conscious at that time and everything. But sometimes he claimed that God was sexual harms. I think anyone can hurt with a camera. Now, you guys see what the harms that animals? Yeah, that's like a big quality. But he claims that he didn't reach the law and discourage coaching and all that kind of thing. Anyway, I think shooting squirrels for sport is really stupid. Sometimes, okay, he claimed that sometimes during his career, he got interested in observing not shooting them, but observing them. And he claimed that at one point he saw something that made a big impression, and then he forgot it himself. He claimed that he saw whales back then. So we had an intuition. It's the phone sun down one day. I'm trying to hang in the sky, or really good. They were looking at the trees and all of them that was sun. But after a while, they found their gaze over the roof. You can open the roof. And then while later, they was this was the painted sun and roof. And then back to the sun. Back to the roof. Back to the roof. So it sure does sound like it sure does. Wow. Wow, that's you're right. Yeah, the other thing I was studying was I wonder if anybody else has ever said, all right, well, we can say that we're running on. That would be in the tree. Would that imply about the intellectual level of these animals? Look at the sun, looking out at the recording, and to repeatedly do that is just over and over again with ritualistic and brings you to the implications of what that means in terms of what we realize about ourselves and our thinking about. Mr. Long, did you on here? Yes, I always did it. All right, so yes, you trying to get a whole message from the boss? No, just a little. Yeah. I got two things. One, who is the doctor that, that was really from the implant? Dr. Roger Lear. Yeah, I'm really asking for you. That's a cool story almost, and going after different speakers. Implants he has here. I heard the doctor on the interview, sir. And he says that he touched that implant through the scalpel. You know, when he got in there, the implant moved away from the scalpel. Yeah, moved on into his ear, where it was a dangerous to continue. Oh, I had a normal infection. Started. You think you might have an implant? Well, it started in my ear. Okay. Yes. As an infection in my ear. Yes. Then it held down into my sinuses a number of years. Years. Into my sinus years. Did you go to the doctor? I got a number of times. They just kind of like want to treat the infection. So don't want to take a look at it. Really. I've had some X-rays a couple of years ago. Well, it's actually X-rays with my tooth. Your tooth? Yeah. And there's a shadow at the root of the tooth. It looks kind of like an abscess. Yes. Okay, but then last 2 months, it's kind of altered and gone up into my head. Yeah. Yeah. Right in my ear, my tooth, competition with teeth, down to the head. What's the tooth here? Well, let's just say then revealing things to me. Well, I'm feeling for this in some way. All right, what sort of things have been revealed to you? Well, trying for the budget in terms of alcohol, toxified. Is that what it said? It's fine. That's the thing. How's it work? That's something, but it's not making anything different. Yeah. So, what did your implant tell you to do to classify those in battle? Well, actually, down the arms and stop this time. Okay, they all have to give them, you know, security and, time. Security is time. And also a lot of those seem to want less. Yeah, and then usually it's, the top series, we need this place. They need this place. You can really use this place. Right. The roof was, the whole city, they need to put the fire in the whole city. If they don't, now God doesn't want to destroy the temple again, but he will destroy his murderous erosion. So then your implant actually is delivering in a sense messages straight to God. Right? I mean, that is what I'm just saying. Oh, okay, then you are surmising that. That's not implant code, that's you. Right? Yeah. No, okay, I want to get that straight. That's you. I got that. I mean, everybody thinks Jerusalem is that. You notice the conversation there on SMS? That's not really the implant speaking, right? That was you, and just trying to, in fact, I thought he almost hung up there. All right. You just don't know what's coming this night. Never do I. This is Coast to Coast AM Friday Night Saturday morning.
Tell me when it's the wind blows. It's here tonight. It's the first time, the last time we ever met. The reason why we decided to go. It was a show. And then somebody else just added 51 line, and he's absolutely right. There are any areas that come before you out there. You don't get a lot of areas that because, they have to sign these papers that say that nothing will be killed if they talk or whatever it is. You don't get a lot of them, but they're definitely welcome if you're out there. I think this category is a very important one. Carol in Mesa, Arizona. With everything going on and invested in the world right now, how about opening up lines to time travelers who have information and truly know that time travel is going to be possible? There's any question about that. In fact, now it's genetically working. That's where we're going to get it now. He's working on a time machine, a real time machine. Anyway, she wants to hear from time travelers about the outcome of what's going on in the world right now in the Middle East, Afghanistan, weather changes, things, smoking ice caps. And that would be a really, 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 really good idea. If there's anybody out there who is a time traveler, and I know you're out there, and now in trying to get you on any one of the lines tonight and tell us what you know about what's coming. I mean, you got to admit, these really are extremely interesting times. Remote and cold, both sides. Everything that's going on in the world right now, the Middle East. Heaven knows where it's all going. If there are time travelers, this would be a time they would capture because this is an incredible time for the incredible things beginning to occur on Earth. So you know they're out there. This one may be a little out in left field, but on the show. Where are you? I'm at 13 Mexico. Yeah, 770 KKOD. Thank you. I'm retired military, and I'm currently a prison guard here in the state. I'm not going to say my name because I know a lot of my buddies are with me right now, and they'll probably recognize my voice anyway. Can we ask you a question? What's up? Can the inmates host for my program? Actually, yes. I get all these letters from inmates. I mean, you wouldn't believe how many letters I get. And so apparently a lot of the jail focus. Anyway, about that. Well, a dear friend of mine passed away about
78 months ago, waiting for a bone marrow transplant. And I actually kind of came up with the idea from that. We have thousands of people across this country on death row.
I think I know where you're going with
It's kind of a hairbrained idea, I know that, but listen, you think every one of us on death row that we're paying millions of dollars to house, feed, and clothe, and take care of these guys. And we think about, say, Fort Bragg or Fort Ross, one of the big trading bases here in the country. We can save the military thousands of dollars for training. We want these guys to with one bullet and a gun, and make it off the base alive with food.
So anyway, so in other words, you've taken 10 military days. So you have one bullet for one gun, which now doesn't seem exactly fair. I mean, it's not all that sporty. But you said that you was on the military base and then you alert all the military guys on the base to try and get them before they can get away with one bullet.
Why? Because they said in 1 unit. They did one infantry unit.
One infantry unit will be running over this guy with his gun and bullet. And if he makes it out alive, then what?
Free party.
A free party. If on the other hand, he is gunned down without mercy by the regiment he's entering, or whatever, then he has to agree to have his organs harvested.
Well, he's going to be put to death anyway if he's raising the freedom. It's a voluntary basis.
It would make one hell of a reality TV show.
Yeah, I think so.
That right now. And here's one, and another one bites the dust. Is this now the prisoners that we guard who are listening to this program right now and will recognize your voice are voluntarily well. I mean, how do you think you're going to feel about what you suggested naturally?
I actually imagine quite a few of them would live with that because they can do anything just to get outside for a while.
Do me a favor. Conduct a little survey for me. Okay, go back and talk to someone. I mean, what else have you got to do, basically? Talk to them and put it to them and tell me what they say. Ready? All right? I'll be looking for either a call or email from you with the results of your survey. Okay, take care. And then, of course, any prisoners out there are welcome to respond. You know, we're still not taking snail mail. Don't send snail mail. So I think the snail mail is actually straight out. We're not taking snail mail. So, which really kicks me off. But anyway, I'm saying that we need to urge here to do the anthrax thing because it could have been some sort of inside job. That's a rumor out there right now. Eastern Rockies, you are on the air. Hello. Going once. You better speak. Going twice. Last chance. I can hear you. Okay, come on. Mr. Rocky, on the air. Hello.
Hello. Hi,
Well, take it to the clip. Oh, sure. Take it to the clip. No problem.
the dream that you know that in the email, I've been telling you.
People having dreams about catastrophic events.
I've been having this for like past 2 weeks.
Yeah, we know. That's exactly the timeline I was here. That's why I began getting them about 2 weeks ago.
You know, it's something and it's going on and crash. Tell me really what's going on. I'm not watching it and then I just have feeling and it's weird. And then the last thing I want to put is, I started listening to the show about 2 weeks ago. So I think I didn't think much ago. And I heard that thing about that recording you told about that Russian player. I don't know.
Yes. The sounds from the Russian, the Siberian pool.
Yeah.
And the scientists, after hearing what they had recorded on tape, they took off and came to it.
No, I was so scared. I couldn't figure out my own answers last week. And I don't need 1 minutes.
Ever since you heard that, you've been sleeping on the couch?
Yes. Yes. And I mean, that's my whole thing.
You tell me, you tell your husband for me that is not my fault.
Not my fault, that's the way you heard it today, and that's all it is to it.
I know, but you believe that that's really. If you're trying to tell me anything.
If you really want to see the results of the video, and it will send you a picture of this. Thank you very much for the call, and back to that. See you later. Take care. First sir, phone line, you're on the air. Hello. Hi, Art, how are you doing? Okay, sir. Yeah, this is Chuck. I'm listening to the Big Talkers for all members of PhD in Philadelphia. Oh, yeah, yes, indeed. All right. I wanted to call you last year. You had one of those calling open line things, a true story or not, just putting people had to vote on it. Truth or trash. This is an absolute, I thought this was saying everything that I have to say here is absolutely 100% true. Okay. And if I were a religious person, I would back of Bible. But see, having to preface your comments with the whole truth or trash concept, you put what you're saying in now. Why didn't you just call up and say, "Come on, I have this absolutely true story for you"? This is an incredible true story I have to tell you. All right, let's go ahead. All right, probably about 15 years ago, I was hanging out at my friend's house, and he had 3 cats who always got along. He had a gray tabby, one that kind of looked like Yeti or orangey colored tabby thing, and like really, really old, the white Persian thing. And they always got along. And one day, this big orange cat tabby came to the back of the door, sliding right through it in between where we shut it summertime. And the 3 cats were sitting there in a semicircle looking at this cat. And we just sat there and kind of looked at each other, and then we turned to my son's house. I said, "Listen, no, what's with the cat? You know, what's the matter? Look at the cat." You know, next thing we know, we started chattering in this really weird, cats, like there's spooky cat lights. They're kind of going like, making these weird sounds. So this went on for probably about half an hour or so. Oh, really? Oh, yeah. And so I said to my friend, "Son, go get your tape recorders." He ran and got his tape recorder and threw it out and sat it next to the cat. Oh. And a tape, a portion of it. Oh, I'll get to that too. Okay. So they started kind of, at first it was like they were chatting with each other, and then it started to get this heated argument. And it was getting louder and louder. It was getting excited in the channel 5 was, the hair started standing up on theirs, and we were like, "Hey, look, they're arguing." We thought it was kind of funny. Well, the 3 cats inside just started going crazy, tearing each other up, and fur was flying everywhere.
Really? Nothing, I said, what, really? I'm picturing this one cat started a fight among the other 3.
Yeah, it's like he came in and just kind of stirred the pot up. So the cats were going crazy, and Chris was becoming stubborn. He ran in the other room, grabbed a blanket, he's trying to separate the cats. Well, while we're trying to separate the cats, the orange one, he was like a little baby, he took off. And we're trying to separate the old, now at this point, this cat was probably about 13 years old. I mean, it was this old thing, it would lick itself and forget to pull its tongue in. It was a mess. And it was sitting there, we were trying to separate them, and it was this big gray tabby. And this cat, we're trying to separate them. And you mean like in a war fight? We were trying to do it with blankets. We were trying to stretch it between the 2.
Yeah, blankets
and the cat, the old Persian one kind of punched up a little bit and said, "Get away!" And it sounded just like that.
You lie.
I swear.
Wait a minute. You have a tape of this.
I don't have a tape that, so I'm going to get it.
That's what it was.
What did he say? Why is this drop the light? It's your cat. So what? Okay. So you didn't get to deal with cats. So we had this case, but we didn't get it out of waiting for that.
Oh, yeah, Rosemary did it, right.
And what we had was the, that part. Yeah. So the cat kept a while kind of calm down, and like weeks went by. We were telling the story to somebody, we had the tape, so we would bring the tape out. Every time we played the tape, the cats would go nuts and started tearing each other up.
Sorry, you're claiming anyway, you still have this part of the tape.
his sister, because she got really mad every time, you know, he was friends with her to play this game, the cats would go down. She raised the game.
Oh, for heaven's sakes, Rosemary.
And so, I still won't, I don't know for much anymore, but we gave her about
All right, now, you obviously, you told her, you said you swear a stack of Bibles. And if that happens to the person, if you were religious,
if I were, even God-fearing church going,
which you apparently
I have a stack of Bibles.
which you apparently are not.
It's still true. So, you know, whether or not, you know, like stricken down that angry God on a lot.
All right, well, I mean, I'll accept that. All right, I mean, you got to admit that even though you may not be a believer, it could all be true. You can't careful swearing on a stack of Bibles.
Well, yeah, I don't want to make up a story. I'm sure it's a lot better than that saying that away, but I think we ever heard that saying.
All right. No, listen, thank you for the call. It was a good call, and I'll add to it a little bit. My wife, we have two exceptionally intelligent cats. She sleeps with me. You know, she spoons me and sleeps with me. That's incredible functions. She's extremely intelligent. Except he's a kid. He's still a kid these days. Cheryl, however, my wife's next. Has whispered in her ear. So what was that? Something actually said. If you were to look at this catalog, you would spend any time longer than you about that piercing, scary, unbelievable, almost frighteningly intelligent eyes. You're going to really want to have that sort of inside. So Stu Rockies, you're on here alone. Lord, you don't have any suggestion, but you're thinking about it. I mean, I'll listen again and see if he doesn't invite it. I believe that time travel is also because time doesn't exist. You have stated that time exists because of motion, and I don't understand that. Yes, you I get regarded as industrial. If there were no objects at all, if there was no space, in other words, an instant before the Big Bang, there was no time because there was no reference. The only way we have to know there's time is to have a reference for it, and that means have different objects that you ever see. The moon goes around the Earth. We can document the amount of time that takes, the number of ticks it takes, the number of ticks for the Earth to go around the sun. That's what I mean by motion. Do you understand? Yeah. That's how we calculate passage of time because we correlate it with degree to motion. Okay? Okay. That's what I'm saying. All right. But and the other the theory that supposedly proves it is that, you know, watches slow down when you approach the speed of light. But basically, that's a mechanical object that's slowing down. It doesn't prove that time exists. Actually, sir, if you take two watches that are precise and you put them in jet planes and fly them in opposite directions from each other, you get a completely different result on those accurate timepieces. Did you know that? No. Well, then no one did. Well, what does that mean? They're basically mechanical devices. I'm not certain. I just know it's true. And I think time is measured that way against either distance or movement of objects. I agree with that, except that it's just a man-made idea to measure something we call time, but because... Well, that's entirely possible. Sure, we've constructed all this based on our physical universe and what we can see and observe. What choice do we have? Well, we have a choice. Well, we have a choice not to measure time at all. No, we don't. What kind of world would it be if we didn't measure time at all? You're probably one of those people who just don't want to ride on go to work and on time. You know, something I was be on break. The hours to make on work.
Hi, guys.
It's not from the reality TV show. I think we could call it. Try to make it off the baseline. So they don't make it off by the Oregons or donate it. Because this man's trying to die, waiting for bullshit. And if they make it out, then they win their freedom. Oregon Dash. Tonight at 10. Eastern Rockies, you're on the air, hello. Yes, hello. Art, that would be me. Yeah, hi, my name's Willie from Australia, Missouri. I'm listening to you out of St. Louis. Yes, Willie. What's up? Well, I have an interesting theory. About the Antarctic ice shelf, fell into the ocean and everything. And the Larsen B ice shelf actually just completely separated and fell into the ocean. And now they're affecting in new oceans. Yes. Well, here in Missouri, we usually have pretty harsh winters. They had all year, this year, we had no winter, no snow whatsoever. I've got a theory. I know we're having a drought all across the country. I think aliens are secretly changing our atmosphere and adapting it to you mean something more like what they're used to. Yes. Where they can inhabit our kind of eventual climate is going to suit them if that is the case. Oh, look at Mars. What are we going to look forward to? Well, I'd rather not be. We're not good up on Mars. We have to have spacesuits to be on Mars. Yeah. Well, Mars used to be like Earth. And no telling what is on Mars. There's pyramids on Mars, and there's a face on Mars. Yes, even fully. Yeah, underground water. And they may have already done it to Mars. And they could be doing it to us. In other words, Mars could actually now be a habitable planet from wherever they are. And they could be converting our atmosphere to that. To that which would be more like Mars. I get it.
the atmosphere of Mars is like, but it wouldn't be good. Now, if that's the beginning of the change that we're getting right now, that would just not be satisfactory. Western Rockies, you're on the air. No. How are you? I'm Lucy. I've always mentioned some of the theories, quite comical, actually. Depends on which side of the organ you're on. Well, let's see. Where do I start? The beginnings are always the beginning. The only way we'll understand. Well, my father was stationed at Roswell in 1947 when that craft came down. He must have pieces of the craft. Oh, you can stop right there. Now, is your father still alive? Yes, he is. And he is in possession of crashed pieces from the saucer in Roswell. Oh, yes. He was a major. What is he going to do with these pieces? Well, upon his death, he's going to turn them over to me. He has colon cancer and cancer of the, a few other things. And what are you going to do with the pieces? I'm going to turn them over to the museum at Ground 12. Oh, you are? Yes. That's not bad, sir. That's not bad. I thought you were going to, for a second, I thought you said you were going to get into the military. No. The Museum of Roswell, so they've got a lot to look forward to down there. I've already talked to them about it. Oh, really? Yes. My former rank was full colonel in what? At Roswell, at Area 51. For 11 and a half years. You worked at Area 51? Underground. Result from the underground? All 27 levels. Okay, that's first I've heard of that. 27 levels. 27 levels. So those photographs we see, usually Russian satellite photographs of the above ground stuff, that's nothing compared to what's underground. 27 levels. Can you describe anything about the levels, or would you like to know? Oh, I'd like to know it all. Whatever you're willing, any bean you're willing to spill. Do you have your tape on? Always, sir. Okay. Now let's see, where do I start? Boy. I know you were a young, eager Area 51 young employee, and then what? Well, let's see, I was an extremely young lieutenant at the first duty station was the Pentagon. Yes. Second duty station was, of course, Nevada. The reason that I was stationed there was because my father requested that I be stationed there. With my background and experiences when I was a young child. And of course, you with UFOs and his as well. And yes, too. Yeah, fine. So we all want to know, what's that Area 51? Area 51, well, you remember a while back when there was a bunch of kids on milk cartons? I think yes. Guess where they're at. Area 51. You hit it. Now, why would milk carton kids be at Area 51? No, not milk carton. Oh, no, I understand that. I mean, milk carton kids. No, I call them milk carton kids. Why would they be up there? Because they're being genetically altered under genetic engineering to allow them to survive the poisons that are placed in our atmosphere by us. So when it comes to only the cockroaches survive, it'll be the cockroaches and the milk cartons. Well, it goes on very extensively from there. That's disgusting. Another thing that might be of interest to you, I heard you mention on one of the several of your advertisements of your show. Yes. Say hollow Earth theory. Well, I'm not guessing about it. The hollow Earth is definitely hollow. It is that, so that's real. That's not it. We have had several of our staff at Area 51 have visited the exterior world. Colonel Stevenson, I had somebody from shows that every hole greater than 10,000 feet is classified, and then he went out and didn't send me an email and tell me why. You wouldn't have to know, would you? The reason that he said that is because basically any cave that you make a compass with
and hold it to finally become the cave. It extends like you're at the North Pole, yet goes all the way through.
Wow.
If you,
That's an interesting bit of trivia.
yeah, it is. And Mount Shasta is a major opening.
Okay, so if you think you've got a hole that goes endlessly, get a compass, and if the compass spins,
Then you have a hole that goes all the way through.
oh, that's hot stuff. And what do you know about what's in the inner Earth?
It is inhabited by a race of people called the Arianians. They were met by Admiral Richard Evans in
Say
1947.
say that name again.
The Arianians in 1947.
And what do they like? What do the Arianians like?
Well, there's large statues. The males are between 13 to 13 and a half feet tall.
Wow, they must have big ceilings.
Actually, the trees in the interior, if you notice, Admiral Byrd talks about it in his diary, which I have read fully.
Actually, that is the truth.
Yeah, the trees in the interior world, they rise to a level of 13 to 1,500 feet in the air.
Holy smokes.
And when his DC-3 flew past him in 1947, they had to avoid the trees in order to avoid collision.
Boy, can you imagine the number of companies got hold of that information? So you swear on a sack of Bible that you were,
I'm thinking of writing a book about
an Area 51 employee for that period of time.
employee of the U.S. government.
Now, why are there so many levels? Are they all dedicated to separate things, or are they?
Well, you can see the first 6 levels were built by man. The remaining levels were already there.
Oh, cool. So in other words, we just built down to the top of their layers.
That's right.
Wow.
This tunnel will go from Area 51 as far as the Atlantic Ocean, out into the center, and joined to a pyramid underneath the Atlantic Ocean. You have the tunnels that go from Area 51 to the middle of the Pacific Ocean.
You're serious.
Quite. The tunnels that intersect with Hawaii.
How can you say all of this without fear of,
Well, when I got out of the military, they tried to tell me, you can't do this, you can't do that. And I looked at them and I said, it's me. I said, once I'm out of your
military almost never kisses you. That's why
Yeah, well, that's right.
Number for that.
But I also have a very rare blood type, so they don't mess with me. Anyway,
So you think all of that protects you?
oh yeah, it does. And the way they put it to me was, they said, no one will believe you, so we're not worried about you.
Well, they can be right about that. All right, anything else we should know about Area 51? Any high points that are very important?
High Point, we have a fleet of airships there, called XX-118. They are sportscraft models. I have flown one. Personally, they work on the touch control. So when you put your hands on the panel,
Yes.
actually the actual panels have 6 fingers, but you can put your hands in them and match them.
Well, see, that is reminiscent, of course, of some of the Roswell material.
Yes, sure.
6 oh, that's something.
Some of your material that was, some of the technology that we have came from Roswell, such as the microchip.
Yep, I understand a lot of technology came.
Most of the computer stuff came from Roswell.
And are there, as reported by some sections of that underground area where there are craft, extraterrestrial craft, and it is rumored beings that are held there?
Well, they're not held there against their will. They're there by choice.
Well, did they come down, as in from the sky and then below Earth, or did they come up from below?
First contact with alien beings was that little experience we had, a thing called Philadelphia experiment.
That would be Al Felix saying. All right, sir, thank you very, very much. Well, what grade do you give that story?
and her claims she worked at Area 51 had an awful lot of details there about underground stuff. Scale of 1 to 10, what do you give that with 10 being peaceful? With 1 being, you've got to be kidding. First time caller line, you are on the air. Hello.
Part for whom we not Colonel Bell Toll.
The minister does do that.
Greetings from Jeffrey in Clearwater, Florida.
Yes, sir.
What type of scientific data do we have on plasma balls?
Actually, we have some new, startling information on plasma balls. I listened to a guest on Whitley Strieber's Greenland, a scientist, now documented that plasma balls are able to exist in our atmosphere and maintain their level of energy, or get this, sir, and this defies all known physics, increase the amount of energy as they exist in our atmosphere. And there's no known way with the physics we know that can occur, and yet they have actually measured that. That is the latest you've got on plasma balls.
And these are gaseous objects?
Well, they're not altogether sure.
I've seen plasma balls twice, and was curious as to your information that you just presented. I heard a guest that you had on, I believe the gentleman was from Texas several weeks ago,
Yes.
who discussed plasma balls in passing with you, but he didn't give any real scientific data.
Okay, well, there is new scientific data on plasma balls, and that's it. That, for whatever reason, yet unknown, they can document that they're able to increase the amount of energy they're using and or their size in our atmosphere. Now, that defies all known physics. In other words, if a ball or something is created, say, by a strike of lightning, and it would exist in the atmosphere, but it would quickly deplete, it would not or could not maintain the amount of energy as a plasma ball, and or even more incredibly increase it. You bet.
Correct. Now, do we have multiple sightings throughout the country?
Oh, throughout the world. Oh, absolutely. Oh, yes, yes.
So they're not indigenous to particular areas per se?
No.
Okay. No, this is very serious. I saw a few years ago, and that to me is exactly what they were. And what did they look like? The objects that I saw were probably about the size of a beach ball. And they were seen, I saw these in Illinois, and there were other people witnessing this as well, myriad people, and actually traveled at an alarming rate of speed. It was at a distance and looked very small, actually looked like a light.
Well, you want me to throw you a curve and the whole thing? I've got a bunch of emails from people who saw what they thought were plasma balls, or began as plasma balls, and were small, but then became larger. In fact, we've got eyewitness reports of balls enlarging to the point that something crawled out of them.
I can tell you the one that I saw, I did not go back to the spot after the second time because a friend did, in which this particular, or a plasma ball in that area, hovered over the car for nanoseconds, but it melted the paint on the roof and on the hood of the car and rendered the car mechanically useless. I didn't return, but as this plasma ball came towards us and did not stop, it would be behind us at tremendous length, at that distance, very small, and then it would travel back towards us. Absolutely amazing, but it wasn't ball of fire, it was not a light.
So anything that would intentionally screw up the paint job of your car is evil.
I agree.
Have a good morning, sir. Wildcard Line, you are on the air. Good morning.
Hey, good morning. How are you doing? John, you're from Winnipeg.
Yes, Joe.
I was hoping to get something to consider regarding Israel, if I might.
Yes, Israel and the big mess in the Middle East.
Yeah, whether it is, yes. I often hear in American commentary suggesting that it's, tit for tat. There's no way of resolving the issue, and I really feel that that's really not the total truth to the situation. And I can just give you a couple of examples.
What do you think is the truth, sir?
Well, the truth is, here's a couple things. People need to understand that Ariel Sharon advocates the confiscation of people's property for no crimes that they committed. It just
Well, but Ariel Sharon, on the other hand, he is concerned about these people who keep strapping explosives on their bodies and blowing themselves in a lot of cases really tough.
yeah,
There's a problem, you know?
yeah. Well, I get that, but I just wanted to give you just a comparison. Like the idea there is, if you're Catholic and you live in Israel, you're forbidden to own property, so that's not a democracy, right? Or you have to be only Jewish people can own property. So if you're not Jewish, you're not going to be owning any property. And as they progress through the confiscation of land, the people who own those houses that is contained in those houses, and in some cases, the history of the families go as far back as history takes us.
Well, I'd say that both sides are at fault. I mean, because certainly you can't condone blowing people up.
Well, that's a different issue. Like, I just wanted to say that one thing.
It's not though. I mean, every time they approach peace over there, more people are getting blown up. It's not an issue you can ignore.
Right, exactly. It's not. Oh, okay, so that's the one thing. The idea there is Arafat, of course, doesn't do those things. Doesn't confiscate people's property or advocate murdering police officers or innocent civilians.
Boy, but he does, according to many, advocate blowing people up with bombs.
That's criminal acts that take place outside of his authority. Like,
he really don't really believe that. And anyway, it's not going to end. It's coming to you know what. It's going to happen. It's going to happen.
This happened to me and one of my backup friends, one of law enforcement.
One way.
we'll say formally, okay, and let it go with that.
Okay.
Okay, we need to keep credibility. However, this happened 25 years ago, back in '77, 6th of October. The night was foggy and misty, and I recall not quite a full moon that time.
Were you in Florida then?
No, I was up north. All right. So what happened was we had to patrol a water reservoir, and why we had to do that is because it took 2 lightning strikes and it killed the light. So it had no light except around the office area. Old chain link fence and padlock key, blah blah blah. So what we had to do, I called basis the animal officer, and my backup heard that, and the backup said to him, I have a mile away from you, Jay. Let me know if you need me. So I went around the perimeter of the fence and made my circle on the outside, the wooded area, the fence roughly 25 foot. And there was a driveway that you could, drive around the whole complex. So I go around that, secured that, it's all okay, now we need to go inside. So we went up to the gate, called my backup without entering, and he said, okay, he's on his way. He'll be off his way and he'll cover my back. So in the meantime, I made my rounds through there. It was roughly 20, 25, 26 acres of land there. It was all chain link. Okay, going up around it, I'm on the far end of it. It's away from the gate, naturally Murphy's Law. And I'm going up through there, and I have my lights up in high beam, and I have my side spotlight on. And I'm up through there, and all of a sudden I see this quite unusual glow coming back at me. It should have been yellow, but it wasn't. It was red. Very beautiful red, but it never went red.
Well, what should have been yellow?
Well, what should have been yellow was the reflectors that are around the trees right between the lights.
Oh, so you see this red coming back.
You see this red coming back, and I stopped, and I thought, oh, okay, out of the norm. I backed up, and I took the cruiser, and I light to the red, made sure we're up in high beam, and I have now I clicked my spotlight on. And what I saw, I never talked about it except for my backup. I called the backup immediately, and I said, you need to get up here ASAP. Start.
Well, let's backtrack a little bit. You never told anybody else. You tell me, what did you see?
What I saw was an entity. It reminded me, I had a very clear view of it, exceptionally clear view of it.
Yes.
It had a face. As I recall, it was that. It looked like a bat face, like a bat. So like a bat, like that. Just take that bat face and enlarge it, like.
To a human size, even bigger?
Well, no, not bigger, actually smaller.
Smaller than a normal?
Smaller than a human head, because this creature, animal, humanoid, whatever it was standing, but it wasn't flex-footed, it was like on its toes. Okay, and it's like pushed over a little bit, and it like where the shoulders were, it had like knobby protrusions coming off the top of the shoulders. I didn't realize exactly what it was until a little bit later, and I understood it.
And it had eyes?
It definitely had eyes. And I flipped the spotlight off of it, turned it back on, and it played back at me. And I, oh my goodness, I remember I was crazy. And here comes my backup. He's coming around the plane. I told him to go on the perimeter of the fence, come up to the side.
In the dark, yeah.
In the dark, yeah. He had his lights on. Okay. And I said, did you see me? He said, oh yeah, I see you when you look at me. And you're not going to believe this. If you keep on coming, you're definitely going to see it. And as my backup got closer to it, it turned. And then I saw a side of it. It looked to me as if it had 4 wings.
And well, it looks to me as if I'm telling you the truth.
It's getting better and better as we go. So when it turned, was your partner now close enough to see it himself?
He says he stopped, and he got on the radio and he said to me, "Hey, what is that?" He told me, "What is that?" And I said, "Well, choose whatever you want to call it, a deer or a bear, but we can probably report on this." And he threw his lights on, and when he threw his lights on, this thing took off on a towards the cruiser, towards those lights. You would think it would go the opposite way to an animal, but it went to it. And it like took 3 hops, comp, 1, 2, 3, airborne. And when it went airborne, by the cruiser, because at that time I had my little I reached inside the cruiser and left the shotgun on my own life. And this thing went right over the top of that cruiser, right over the top of my backup.
Wow.
Right on over.
Okay, well,
And I'll tell you what I heard.
yes.
Remember your mother flapping the sheets in bed?
Yes, of course.
That's exactly.
The sound it made?
That's exactly what it was. Flapping.
Like you flap bed sheets, yeah.
I
I
know. Bed sheets.
What's that other sound? Yeah, okay.
Everyone can consider that.
How did you and your partner report this? When you put on the rise, I mean, what was it?
Well, what we reported was that we put our heads together and said, it's like seeing the UFO, we're supposed to keep, quiet about things.
So you reported what?
We reported a bear.
A bear. Okay, well now, is your partner still alive?
Oh,
He died.
all right.
Well,
That's unfortunate.
I appreciate you bringing the story here. What is it you think you saw?
I mean, what? I don't
You have
know.
a name for it? You know,
I don't have a name for it, but
the red glow, was it coming from the eyes?
it was from the eyes.
Yeah.
You could see it.
All right, well,
Anyway,
yeah, I've got it. All right, well, I really appreciate the call. There's another law enforcement officer with a very distinct story. Now, I don't know. What do you say about that? Sounded rational to me, for sure. But that doesn't sound like a rational story. It does sound rational that you reported the bear. That's some story. I don't want to say anything like that, ever. I don't like red eyes. I never have. It's been, everybody has their thing, right? For some, it's spiders and whatever all. It scares people. For me, it's glowing red eyes. And that's probably exactly what I'll find. I'll pass over the other side of these eyes. Wow, wildfire line, you're on the air.
hello, my name is John. Hey, Art, how you doing?
I'm doing okay, sir.
All right. Yeah, back in the 80s, I was wearing a pyramid hat. I wore a pyramid hat for going on 10 years, almost 8 hours a day, working as a lifeguard.
Wow. You wore a pyramid hat as a lifeguard?
Yeah.
And didn't people tend to, I remember lifeguards when I was a kid, and I never saw wearing a pyramid hat, so that would draw attention.
Yeah. I got into the Today newspaper. What happened is I got really badly sunburned, and it was a new job. I didn't have much money, so I built this hat out of cardboard. I used mold-covered mylar, the sheets that they use for sun protection.
Sure.
And I coated it with that.
So you were only trying to protect yourself from the sun, actually.
Right. So the newspaper people got a picture of me, and I got on the B section. It says, "Lifeguards pool the trade saves them from the scorching sun." So nobody gave me a hard time about it. I was right. I sort of became a beacon for unusual people to come visit me. One of the first people who came was an Egyptologist from NASA.
Really, because of your hat?
Because of my hat. Exactly what you said.
Well, there are long rumors, sir, that NASA has been giving an unusual, irrational interest into Giza and the pyramids, and that they even launch on schedules, ancient schedules, and all kinds of interesting things. So
AP NASA figured you knew something.
Well, he told me about the Great Seal of America. Yeah, he knows the Great Seal of America, you know, the pyramid on the dollar bill.
With the eyeball.
Right, there's a lot of different people started visiting me, like really, really unusual people come in and just kind of fill me in on strange things, and I never see them again.
Well, these are the risks you take when you wear a pyramid. For how many years?
About 10 years.
10 years.
And I made them and I paint them.
Were there any after effects that you could now think, you know?
Well, you know, before I was a non-believer, and I became
A believer in what?
in the Holy Ghost.
The Holy Ghost.
Yeah, let me see.
How about the Father and the Son? Or is it just the Holy Ghost?
No, yeah, the whole story, I got a theory behind it, why we're alive, actually.
So why do you think we're alive?
Entertainment.
Entertainment?
Entertainment. Yeah.
Well, you know what? I actually, I agree with that, and to some degree. Entertainment. It's a big part of life. Laughter, wonderment, new things, adventure, things you've never heard about, done before. Entertainment. It all loosely comes under the category of entertainment, so I don't necessarily disagree with that. Kind of like this program. East of the Rockies, you're on the air. Hello. Hey, what's up with that? I'm just cruising through the night here. All right, okay, good enough up here. Encountering as I go. Okay, all right. Here we go. It's Wayne calling you from the Anything But Local Line on the Big 89, 890 AM WLS Chicago. Yes, sir. Okay, listen, got a friend of mine who was very basically a state, kind of interrogating himself. You know, he said he really wanted to get to what was going on in his life. So he started telling himself truth about himself, truth about everything, you know, just being truthful. And standing in front of the mirror, sort of just spilling his guts about his life to himself. Exactly. Right. Now, I'm the one that lives, you've been listening to you since 96, and I'm in all this stuff, but he's not, okay? Right. And he tells me that as he's standing there, down in the mirror, letting everything go, what happened was, you know how you follow you move your flexible moves, it just kind of follows you around. Absolutely seems to do that, you know. Okay, and he said that at one point he noticed that his reflection was frozen and staring back, and really, yeah. And as a matter of fact, I told him I'd be calling you, and you know, if you want to call in and you know, with them about. Oh, you mean he's willing to talk about something? Absolutely. There's something about mirrors, you know. I mean, mirrors have always been mystical and magical, and they seem to cause things to happen. And not only do I agree with him, but I was telling him, but again, I'm into all this stuff, you know, listening to you for years. And I told myself, okay, you know, you take all the, throw in some of the power type things as far as energy sources. I said, what you should try is take a magnet, put it on either side of the mirror, and see if that will do anything to, you know, magnify, boost the effect, what have you. And he used to freak me out. I'd jump right in there and be like, cool. But he was like, whoa, I'm not me. I mean, if I saw my image stop or freeze while I was still moving, yeah. Oh, I don't know what I'd do. Yeah. Yeah, but I told him I was calling you. All right, well, listen, if you would like to email me his name and or phone number, or he would, okay, I'd be happy. I'd love to hear it firsthand. Okay, not a problem. Let me ask you, do you think, because he was asking, well, hey, why don't you know, call you out there and understand him and see what it could be, and could it be out of body, or if any other callers out there have ever had this happen, you know, it'd be kind of cool if they call in and just, you know, all right, throw it out there. All right, done deal. And let you and the family take that. Thank you, and take care. Sure, yeah, we'll throw it out there. Anybody else had a mirror experience? There's a lot of more to go with what you just heard. Mirrors are very interesting things. And to actually take time, crazy as it might seem, and to in fact have a conversation with yourself while watching yourself and getting incredibly introspective. And then suddenly have an experience with a mere returning of vision that doesn't match because of reality is not a surprise. So yes, if there's any other similar stories out there, probably the best way to be assured to get to me is to email me right now for the same anthrax thing. I suppose eventually we'll just give up and figure whoever did it is gone and start taking mail again. In the meantime, artbell@mindspring.com or artbell@AOL.com will definitely get to me. Mr. Milwaukee, you're on the air. Hello.
Oh, this is Bill from Rialto.
Yes, Bill.
I was listening to your interview with Mr. Morgan last night, after he's tapping away on my typewriter with some suggestions for lightweight tactical nuclear weapons for the restructuring of our arsenal.
Yes.
And he said something I hadn't heard in years, and that was red mercury.
What do you? Oh, that's right. He did. He said red mercury would drastically enhance the killing effect of, say, one photon weapon, or probably even any weapon.
Oh, yeah, I've never heard of that before. You have? Oh, yeah.
What do you know?
Well, it was first discovered, and so far it only occurs naturally in South Africa. It helped their nuclear program. They had 4 at the time the government fell. Well, it didn't exactly fall. One of Mr. Bosa's last orders was to dismantle the stockpile
Of red mercury bombs.
I know about it's that booster, but
All right, listen, hold on. I've got a break here. I've got to do coming right up, and we'll bring you back after the break. Stay right there. I'm marked up. Kingdom of High, almost in Milwaukee's at 1-800-618-8255. Eastern Milwaukee, 1-800-825-5033. First-time callers may reach out at 1-775-727-1242. And the final line is open at 1-775-727-1225. To reach out on the toll-free international body for your AT&T operator that have been violated under 893. This is Coast to Coast AM with our bell, followed by Kingdom of High, Ellis on Manhattan. Saturday night, Sunday night, weekend is here, kind of cold program. There's more around the corner. Don't turn off that radio. Come on, maybe just in your comments from the last gallery. One gentleman saying, I think it's caller. He's talking about entertainment, was essentially trying to say that we are here to entertain God. Well, if that's true, then the God feel listening tonight, I'm sure, and they're entertaining God. And then Marcus from Porter, Texas says, this show gets real interesting after that miracle, and I do too. I
I want more on that. That was particularly interesting, wasn't it? I number one would like to hear from this gentleman firsthand. Number two, anybody else who has had a strange encounter, as in they see with a mirror. He reflected on the fact that he moved, but his mirror image did not. During this conversation he was having with himself. Any of the rest of you have anything like that? A wild red line, you are on here now. Good morning.
Good morning, how's your back?
Well, it's back.
Well, we're glad you're back.
Thank you.
I'm Di, I'm calling from Toronto.
It was nice. It was a short little one. You know, it wasn't nice when it was happening, mind you, but it was nice and it was short. So.
You lying on the floor with your knees up on a bed or on a chair, something higher?
You know, when that happens.
I had the same thing, that's why I asked.
Yeah, I can't think what is going on. I can't, as in sitting or standing, you know.
Sciatica?
Yeah.
Anyway, okay, I just want to run through a few things. I'm psychic. I travel. I'm psychokinetic. I have,
Psychokinetic means that you can move things with your mind, right?
Yeah. Usually, what I want attention.
Like what?
Well, once I was in a pub in London, and there was a glass in front of me with red wine in it, and I was feeling particularly uptight about something, or angry about something, and but I wasn't touching the glass, and nobody was touching the glass, but my energy was on the glass, and suddenly it just exploded. And
you're not Carrie, are you?
No, I'm dying. The only was dying. There was this table next to me, and I'm like, how did you do that? I don't know. But, and for a year, everything that my now ex-fiance had given me was breaking. It was weird kind of thing. And the other one,
that can break up your relationship.
No. That was just a time that I should have been paying attention to, but of course didn't. But the other thing too, you know those the things when you wash your hands, you put your hands under and the water comes on? When I'm out of body, but conscious in the present time, I'll put my hand under there and nothing comes out. It's like I'm not in my body, but I'm usually above my body. And I do travel, and in my dreams I travel, and I know I travel because my friends who I see in my dreams follow me.
But during out-of-body travel, if you put your hands, which you can't see, right? I mean, it's like you're in your physical body, right?
Oh, yeah.
Except if you put your hands on one of the automatic water things,
No, that's it. When I do that, I'm in, kind of conscious time. I'm not traveling, I'm just out of body. I'm out of body for most of the time because, and I don't know when I go, but I always know when I come back, so I feel like I just landed very quickly in an elevator. And then I'm looking at somebody who's talking to me, and I'm thinking, oh my God, they've been talking to me, and I haven't heard what time is it? It's just,
because you're not there, you're somewhere else.
I'm somewhere else, yeah. And but in terms of my predictions, they're never wrong. We actually spoke to you when the anthrax thing broke out.
Okay, good. They're never wrong.
Never wrong.
Good. All right. So what do you predict?
And what I'm predicting is, first of all, I think there's no accident, there's no coincidence that we're finding Atlantis at this time. I think we're being given an example of where we might be if we don't.
Underwater.
Yeah, sunk. Things that destroy civilizations are fear and ego domination.
Maybe they all destroy themselves. I mean, it's very possible. Maybe all civilizations reach a point where they self-destroy.
Well, don't you think it's about time we learn from our history? Yeah. And use our enlightenment. The enlightened people come out and the thing is, the media is, I'm afraid, it's not showing everything. I mean, the Israelis are not letting the journalists in power.
The media is not in what?
No, but the media is not allowed to go over cameras to film what's happening in the media.
I mean, even our country, even our country is really letting the media go over there and watch the fighting and film the fighting in Afghanistan, right?
You could be damn sure that you soon let anyone go to their concentration camps.
Well, lately countries have done that. They've decided that allowing cameras into a war theater is not a good idea. It inevitably results in really, really bad publicity. And so, governments, including ours, have begun to take steps to limit
the media's access to pressing national military issues. So you don't see a lot, do you, coming out of Afghanistan? You don't see a lot of firefighting and all the rest of it coming out of Afghanistan, nor do you see, actually you see probably more from Israel right now than you're seeing from Afghanistan. That ever occurred to you east of the Rockies? You're on the air.
Hello?
Hello.
Hi, I'm calling from Kentucky.
Kentucky, all the way from Kentucky. Welcome.
Oh, thank you. I just called to find out about the kids, how they do it. I remember a long time ago you used to talk about college.
Oh, my Wildcat, yes.
Yes, how is he now?
Oh, he's getting better every day. And I know I've been saying that for years, but this process, this cat was so wild, man, that it's almost impossible to describe to you how wild this cat was. Now, he will come around me, and he'll circle around me and rub up against me, and he'll get up on my knee, and that's about 5 million miles from where he was. This cat was so wild, you scratch your eyes out. I mean, he was bad. He had to live in my bathroom for 6 months.
Wow, it just took him a long time to get used to people.
Oh, man, I used to go in there, I'd put on this big overcoat and gloves, you know, and I'd go in every day. I'd devote an hour or two to it, and I'd get him, and he'd go, oh, he'd blown at me and stuff, and try to get me, and this was one really wild cat. I mean, this wasn't just sort of feral, this was totally gone, but now he's back.
Yeah, I had a cat for a long time. She was 16 when she passed away. She died back in September 2000, but she gave me a lot of company over the years, and I just thank God for every day that I had her.
If I ever, thank you, if I ever write another book, believe it or not, I'm going to write a book about, and I'm not saying I'm doing this, because if I ever were to write another book, let me put it that way, this is not an announcement that I'm writing another book, but if I did, it would be about the incredible experience of taming this wild animal. The stories are incredible, absolutely. This is one of the more incredible stories on the face of the globe. It's a microcosm of an incredible story, but it is nevertheless incredible. So I would write about that and how to do it. I know how to tame a wild animal. But I got my bruises learning, I'll tell you. What's the Rockies? You're on the air. Hello, Mark. This is Bill calling about the Red Mercury. Hey, Bill. I'll come right back from the SOA. My apologies. No worries. Anyways, what it is basically is we and the Soviets up until this stuff came out of South Africa boosted our nuclear weapons with tritium. It's a gaseous isotope of hydrogen. I believe that is what it is. Right. And during Operation Greenhouse shot George, it was a 20 kg device. It banged out at 65. From 20 kilotons to 65 kilotons? Yes, sir. With red mercury? No, that was tritium gas. But how does red mercury compare to tritium? Well, it was originally discovered in tailings of a platinum mine. A radiological miner was walking by and his Senator Geiger went nuts. They took it over to the Institute in South Africa, and they found out that this is almost a red clay type substance, but it is rich in entrained tritium. Low maintenance, you can put it in with the bimetallic initiator without the reservoir, so you have a compact, lightweight weapon with a bigger field. You sound like you could build a bomb. There are people wondering why I haven't one of those. No, I could one straight out. On my lunch hour, actually. Really? Yes, sir. But I'm trying to get a hold of Mr. Morton, Mr. Morton. I've got to get the devil all the time. It sounds like he needed to talk about these matters. Well, he needs help right now with his email. When you go on the program, you get millions of emails. I exaggerate, thousands. I mean, it's tough. Just one out of pure altruism. I heard him last night. It sounds like he could use, basically a consultant or someone who has knowledge on these things. Well, you obviously do. So all I can say is he's got a website. He's got a contact there. Email him and send him your iPhone. But there's somebody should heard what he said about red mercury. Essentially, confirming that. Wow.
Well, Sean is an interesting character, and so much of what he has predicted is come true. That's what keeps him coming back to the program. His accuracy rate is very, very, very high indeed. First time caller line on air. Hello? Going once. Going twice. Hello? Yes.
Hello, my name is Brian. I'm calling from Seattle, Washington.
Yeah, Brian, and on a cellular phone access.
Yeah, my apologies. I have the coming left for the gift of being able to have time stop for me.
Oh. Have time stop for you. When time stops for, now by that you mean that everything else around you stops and you are able to continue to observe, or what?
Correct. I'm affected by, I guess you could better describe it would be to have, like you're playing a VCR tape and you rearrange it.
You can do that?
And then I'll pick up on very rare occasions to actually make it happen, but.
But what I'm saying is, well, when you freeze everything around you, you can then continue to move around and you interact if you wanted with the frozen objects.
That is correct. At least my perception is that I have videotaped myself in these instances, and of course, there's nothing missing on the videotape itself, with the exception of just a couple blurred frames.
What have you done during these periods of time when you stop time?
Well, I need to reiterate that I don't actually do it. I have been able to do it on a couple occasions, but
and on those occasions, sir, what did you do during that period?
Yeah, I'm sorry, ask your question again.
I said during those instances that you just talked about, what did you do?
I was able to, basically, in my perception, manipulate objects. I was able to, for example, one time I was pouring water, and I was able to splash water, on the table. And of course, when the episode ended, there was no splash water. So I'm wondering if any of the listeners have ever experienced anything like this as part of nervous.
No, it certainly would be. Anybody else out there able to stop time, to freeze time? There were a whole lot of really cool Twilight Zone episodes about that. I don't know if you ever saw any of them, but it was really cool. People found, or someone came upon this ability to freeze everything and everybody. And they could literally move around a town, move around a city, move around the world. A world in which everybody but themselves was virtually frozen stopped. And of course, when they would reanimate, they wouldn't even know they had been stopped. But in the meantime, you could move around among everybody else who stopped because you had stopped time. Anybody else out there? Wildcard line, you're on the air. Good morning. Good morning. Hi.
Hi, this is James from Grand Rapids, Michigan.
Yes, James, extinguish your radio, please.
Okay, oh, sorry.
Oh, Grant would do that right away. Maybe you get on here.
Okay.
No, I still hear it.
Got it, please. Sorry about that. It's my first time calling, and really enjoy your show, and visit your webpage often. And recently down in Roman, Virginia, I just actually had to bury my mother, which was pretty tough.
Yeah.
But I experienced something, and I've been into some quantum physics, astrophysics, and I've done a lot of theories and stuff, and I saw a witness something in the sky, and it was a flash of light, and it actually, I don't know if this is a coincidence, but I was pretty much giving a prayer to my mother at the same time when I saw this, and at first I thought it could have been a plane, a passing plane. It reminded me of a flashing light like that, but it didn't flash again for a while. And then my fiance appeared with me and saw another flash with me. And we stared for hours after that.
never witnessed another flash, and I'm not really sure. Are we able to witness like a quasar or something?
Oh, we might see a quasar. We might see an exploding sun. You know, who knows? But I think really what you're talking about here is that you might have seen a sign from your mother. Isn't that what you're talking about?
Well, you know, I would love to believe that.
Well, there are many millions of people, sir. This is the truth. And I'm one of them who's experienced a sign from a relative who just passed away. Now, millions of people say, and I know the scientists scoff at this sort of thing, but I don't. I'm convinced that a newly departed person can, you know, it's like probably when you go to jail, you get to make one phone call. I get to make one sort of subtle, it can be picked up by the person, subtle or even not so subtle. Hey, I'm okay. Here's a sign from me. I'm okay.
You know, that's great, and I would like to believe it. My mother was a very religious lady, and she was really in touch with God and full of love. And anyone that really came in contact with her was kind of touched, kind of like an angel. And I realized that when she passed, and she was probably about the closest to an angel that I've ever known. And I'm not a really highly religious person, and it's things like this that really make me stop and wonder. And it was fascinating, and I didn't know if maybe there's been any postings that, you know, that someone has witnessed a quasar. I'm not even sure if we can witness, because if you witness by, you know, eyewitnesses, you know, I mean, that's how I thought it goes.
I would be more inclined to say, consider it to be a sign from your movie departed mother, and leave it at that. You know, people see all kinds of things in the skies, and you could spend the rest of your life trying to verify what you saw, and you never probably will. But millions of people have seen and received signs from physically departed family members. And, you know I've told the story before, but on the morning following my father's death, same day actually, something really odd happened. A little bat landed, a bat landed on our front porch, and there was nothing wrong with the bat. He just lay there. And it was one day, and my wife and I felt sorry for that, and we just decided to sit down on the porch. So they usually hang from stuff, right? In dark places. Well, this bat came down and sat down on my porch, wouldn't leave. It was perfectly all right. So we took him and put him in our causeway and breezeway where it was the sun, you know, he was out of the direct sun. And the little guy just stayed there all day long, happy as a clam. Nighttime came and he flew away. I considered that to be a sign. I think that's nothing like that ever happened before. Millions of people have had no sign. It's not unusual. Toll-free international line. Call your AT&T operator and also dial 800-893-0903. This is Coast to Coast AM with Art Bell on the Premier Radio Network.
You know, I noticed that there are millions of people trying to get through. We have kind of time travelers yesterday, and it really would be, as several people indicated earlier, in fact, it sure would be an interesting time to hear from time travelers, wouldn't it? Because maybe yesterday's gone and maybe tomorrow's not yet here, but I have this feeling that there are those traveling through time, and we're at such a critical juncture in the world right now that if there really are time travelers, it sure would be a great time to hear from them, wouldn't it? Back into the night we go, and Houston Rockies, you're on the air. Good morning.
Good morning. Hi, I'm Jimmy from Brooklyn.
Hey, Jimmy.
Hi, I listened to your show when I get the chance. You mentioned something earlier in the show about people that predict the future.
77 WABC, right?
Right.
All right. Is that you?
In a way,
Okay.
I predict the future in a way because of knowing the past. I'm telling you, we did not win the Cold War the way people tell us. We were warned about all of this stuff before the so-called collapse of the Soviet Union by an Enrico Lisa, defected in 1968. And he wrote a lot of reports to the CIA, and those reports were then put in a book. The thing is, when a man predicts many years before that the Berlin Wall could be taken down, the unification of Germany, this is all a trick, right? I think that's something I should be paying attention to. Now, I'm a little nervous. I've never been nervous.
Well, you know what, generally, I remember all of those predictions and warnings. But, you know, if you look at Russia today and what's happened, if it was a trick, it's really, really good. After it tricked me off all these
12 years ago, I said on the radio, all the stations I call, I said, Soviet collapse in Spain, under the guise of collapse, they arm Iran, Iraq, Syria, Libya, chemical, biological, nuclear weapons. When they get caught, they'll say that we collapse, we no longer control our nukes. In other words, they would get the whole mutual assured destruction doctrine because they'll potentially be able to bomb us, let's say, from Iran, Iraq. You went for Iran, Iraq off the map. The Soviets will lose nothing. They also had plans in 86, on up here, their own document, information bulletin. This is their own meeting in 1986. This was their plan up to the year 2000. In the section where they talk about economics, they talk about, I'm reading here, radical modernization of the fuel and energy complex is the keynote of the energy program. It goes on and talks about
their energy. You're talking about their energy program?
Yes.
Their energy program is a total disaster. They have oil in the ground, and they have no facilities, no companies that will come and take it out of the ground. They're looking to the west to come and take out the oil.
Exactly. Now, they said this in 86. They helped create a problem with the Muslim terrorists who they've been working with for decades. Now, because we have a problem potentially with the Middle East oil, we are going to develop Russian oil exactly as they said they wanted to do in 1980.
Sure we are. I just, okay, well, I'm kind of going along with a lot of what you say. But if it's a trick, then I think they trick themselves because they have fallen apart. I mean, if you got that for 1 second, go and visit Russia. There are many who long there in the old ways, the return of communism, the free lunch and all the rest of it. Even if it's a very mediocre lunch, they long for that. But I'm telling you, if it's a trick, then there's jokes on it. That country has collapsed. So I know what was said in the forecast back then, and you can never let your guard down entirely, but I don't know. You look at the reality over there, and it really is like there's a joke. It's on there. The Rockies are on the air. Hello. Hello. We're doing ours. I suppose I have. What's up? Okay. Let's try this. I have a lot of talk over with my peers before that. Wanting to know about this topic by using our sci-fi program. And these futuristic folks, that's what they call fine wine generators. What they did is they could
speed up their time. And it always looks like if you look at this, you remember it was a serious program. What happened is everybody else was standing still. That would be the effect, actually. Yes. Yeah, that was what happened for this caller yours was time. What he was doing, he was fully ahead of time. Maybe his metabolic rate runs. Yeah. Anyway, what do you know about beers? Okay. Well, I use metaphysics probably for a lot of different. But anyway, what I will discuss with you is the lady in the house, myself, we moved into this house to purchase this house and about 10 years from that time. Yes. And there was some old folks who were old, and I see, I'm saying old, so I'm old, but they were, I think he was in the 80s. Yeah, well, it's all relative. Yeah, anyway. And he didn't want to leave the house. What had happened is they had a tax problem, you know. They said, well, believe it or not, they were about 5 years in arrears, and it's a real tiny county of 3 years to lose the max. So anyway, they finally got out because they had the house was paid for. You know, anyway, this old man used to be down where I live in the lower area. And the thing is, he used to sit down here with his cookie cat, have his drinks in the old black windows down here, and look out there, and he just loved this place. This is the place he figured he would retire. As it was, so my actual gotcha. Yeah, so anyway, the lady in the house, she had her 2 children living here for a number of years. And one day, the younger of the 2, he was walking down the hallway upstairs, and you saw this old man walking down, down the hallway. Big kid out, like he was only about 12 then. And he told his mom sort of told me, and I said, well, doesn't this sound like the previous owner of this house? I said, which I want you to do, I want you to call. He just had to die. As it was, he had not died. Okay? He loved this house so much that when the essence of him, some of it stayed behind. And what you're talking about is a living ghost, and there is increasing evidence of living ghosts, of people who have become so attached to a physical place during their lifetime, and even if it still is going on, that their essence remains in that house in a way that we might perceive as a ghost or as entity. Even though they still. Now, that throws kind of a big kink in a lot of, the traditional thoughts about ghosts and about life and death and the nature of life and consciousness itself. This throws a whole lot of kinks into it. Interesting. First time calling line, you're on the air. Oh, all right. So, this is Jimmy from Benton, Arkansas. Yes, Little City on KARN out of Little Rock. Yes. In the year of 1988. I was watching TV and reading a Long Airplane magazine, and not entertaining any other thoughts, but his voice spoke to me, not from in my living room, but within myself, I would say, in your head, in my head. And it wasn't my voice, and it wasn't a voice that I'd ever heard before. What did it say? Well, the voice spoke to me in clear English. It said, a death angel is going to visit you. Of course, Coach Hill went down my spine. I said, well, not me, Lord, because you told me you'd give me a long life and I thought you, and that's what I had been doing for a long time. Of course, it unnerved me, and I prayed about it, went on about my business, and kind of forgot about it. A week later, I was at my office, and doing calculations on industrial design and just drawing and so forth, and just really my work. And notice the same voice, both the same words. Of course, I had the same reaction. Oh, yeah, well, now the second time, you could always put the first time off with an undigested something, right? Right. Second time or anything, Yeah, absolutely. Second time around, that's really bad. And I thought, well, I need to go tell my brother, but I didn't because I thought he'd think that I was upset. Okay, but, I just, went through the same song and dance with it. I prayed about it and forgot about it. And the following weekend, I was to see a friend off to Canada about
going to the airport with him, and that particular weekend on Saturday, I normally get up early and go about my business like it's a normal work day. And that particular day, I actually got up. It was rainy outside, and I kept my dress clothes. I actually got out of bed, still had my bikinis on. And
Sounds like just the right time and kind of weather for a Death Angel.
Yeah. And I kept on setting it off. I thought, well, I better get ready. I got up and got ready, and I missed my friend. I missed him and his son. So, well, Jimmy, you can catch him if you leave right away. And I thought, well, no, I don't want to search for him in the airport. So I thought, well, rather than zooming back home to my house on the freeway, I thought I would take just the back road to my house. I stopped and got myself something to eat, and on the way, asked the Lord to bless my food and all that sort of thing, and had my seatbelt on, and the speed limit on the highway on this little country road on was 35. And as I come around a slow curve to the left, I saw a car coming at me at a great rate of speed that was in my lane. And there's no way that I could prevent it to get off. It was so fast, we just hit. And you were dead. Oh, yeah. Actually, my fault was, I'm going into eternity. It was my fault. That's as fast as I could take anything. I couldn't even say, well, Lord, your name's got I hear you. Not enough time for any of that. No, and, of course, religious as you are, you might say something like, oh, darn, everybody else. Back I didn't say anything. It was just a thought. I just thought I was going to church and just all weekend. I found out later when my speed limit was 35, the lady is a young lady. She was late for work, and they said that she passed a string of cars in the straightaway. And came into the corner, and it's been impossible for anyone to have made the corner because it's a flat curve. Flat curve. We hit, and our combined speed was well over 100 miles per hour. Let me guess, you went right through her, or she went right through you? Well, pretty much. It was probably about as fast as I ever saw. Death angels do seem to act in that way. I don't know, maybe Death Angel is not the right word for what you experienced. Well, it was the right word because that was what was spoken to me. She died. She died from the impact, but she had her seatbelt off, but nonetheless, her head hit the window frame. And she died from a concussion, but nothing happened to me. I was playing on Robinson one day or so after that, of course, it get me up a little bit. Okay, so there was an actual physical collision. Okay, I thought, I've had so many stories of people like going through, just, oh, real? Yeah. So, yeah, we hit, there's a definitely this old yellow tank, so, I got you. I was laying in the hospital, several days later, just thinking about all this, and it's just, it's like, it just either just got to me, or the Lord just, impressed on my brain, and, there was your identity, visit me, and a visitor comes to visit you, visitors always leave. All right, I've got it, sir, thank you. That's interesting. So he was notified that there was going to be an event, and a Death Angel was going to visit, and I guess the word intervene wasn't used, but obviously that's what occurred. Not interesting. In other words, an event, why would you be notified about an event that was going to occur to you that night? Wildcard Line, you're on the air. Hello.
Hi, I have a quick question for you.
Okay.
I guess we discussed regarding how people, I guess, every once in a while, I wake up in the middle of the night, and I have an incredible fear. Not of anything in particular, but I'm just scared of my mind, I guess. They're only for a couple of seconds, and my body seems to go stiff.
Yes.
Vibrate very quickly.
Right.
And I was wondering if you had heard anything about how people maybe doing that to people when they're asleep and then waking them up or something like that.
Well, certainly I'm very aware of the state of you get paralyzed. There's a buzzing sound, and you feel your body is essentially paralyzed, and you cannot move, and it's terrifying. And then you can either mentally end it quickly yourself if you learn to do that, or if it progresses and you go with it and sort of let it go, I am told you have an out-of-body experience. Now, how that relates to shadow people, I don't have any idea. It may be a time that, when shadow people are very interested in that particular little strange twilight time you get in. East of the Rockies, you're on the air.
Yes, this is Rob Edgehill House, for the MAN.
Yes, sir.
Right back in the 70s, me and probably about 7, 8 of my buddies was out fishing.
Yes.
Out here near the lake that's around here.
Yes, sir.
And we seen this great big huge stone ball, probably 60, 70 feet diameter.
That is big.
Probably 2, 3, maybe 500 feet up in the air.
Yes,
It was pretty big. And we sat there and watched it. Watched it probably for about 45 minutes. And we called authorities and stuff, but we thought I had time, it was kind of late at night. So I had time to do these tracks, so be maybe gone or something. And so we sat there and watched it, talked about it and stuff like that. And just kind of paid attention to it till we couldn't see it no more. Gradually, it was moving real slow. 10 miles an hour.
So what do you think you saw?
It was a big aluminum ball. Just couldn't see into it. It didn't shed no light. It wasn't out. Had a reflection on the water. We just talked about it.
You could see its reflection on the water.
Yeah,
That is interesting.
it's like a big ball.
Well, all I can tell you is, zillions of people have seen these glowing balls. Sometimes they see things or even entities or creatures within these balls, sometimes climbing out of them, sir.
Yeah, and well, a couple of years ago, we had a UFO thing around here.
Okay, well, we're going to have to hold it to your one story. I very much appreciate it, but we're right at the bottom of the hour, yes. Balls or lights, lots of them out there.